blood gases testing, viral load testing, cardiac enzyme testing.
I don't have my order paper here, actually. It's not on the desk.
We get it wrong, or the papers, give you wrong.
And the one that is on the desk that I'm borrowing from my colleague is the wrong one.
The wrong or the paper you get.
Honorable Minister of Health, it's on the order paper correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the question that the member would like to ask relates to testing, blood gas testing, viral load testing, and cardiac enzyme testing. In the first instance, blood gas testing was never done at the Linden Hospital. Last year, the Ministry of Health bought the equipment to do blood gas testing at Linden Hospital. That equipment has been installed, it has been tested. So as of this month, blood gas testing is now available at the Linden Hospital. In terms of viral load testing, I think the member would be referring to HIV viral load testing. It was never done at Linden Hospital nor at any of the other regional hospitals. Any one of these hospitals that require viral load testing would normally send their samples to the National Public Health Reference Lab, where that would be done. And in terms of cardiac enzyme testing, these tests are available at the Linden Hospital.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera, are we on the same page now?
Yes.
Great.
We were given the wrong order paper. Thank you, Minister, for your assistance. And I would like to go to question 3, which the question asks, can the Minister inform the House whether Charles Rose School of Nursing in Linden was in operation as of June 30th, 2022? And can I proceed? The questions are, can he answer one?
Honorable Member, that was question 3. I think question 2 dealt with drugs.
Yes, I indicated.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'll ask both. All three.
Go
Minister.
ahead. Honorable Member.
B, can the Minister also further inform the House if his answer to question 1A is yes, how many of the students for the year 2022 are from Linden? And 3, can the Minister also inform the House of the number of students at the nursing school who are not from Linden? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the honorable member skipped question 2, but we'll answer 3. In terms of Charles Rosa, yes, the school was operational at the 30th of June, 2022. On the role or the intake that we have at the school for the periods, there are courses, nursing courses that would last for 3 years. And we have currently enrolled 67 students, 29 of whom are from out of the region, and 38 are from Region 10. We also have, as of early this year, we started the assistant nursing program. There are 25 students who are currently enrolled in that program. Next month, we'll be starting the pharmacy assistance program, and persons would be enrolled in that as well. In terms of nursing overall in the country, we have limited capacity to train nurses because we have been using physical classroom space where we can only train about 200 to 250 persons, an intake of 200 to 250 persons per year. We are going to change that. We are now going to do a hybrid program starting from this year, where we are hoping to enlist approximately 1,000 persons into the registered nursing program.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Yes, I heard the Minister said 250 nurses per year, or is that that's for the entire country, or that's for the region? The entire country. So, and in this year, you say you're gonna endeavor to do 1,000 students. Could you provide the house with regards to Linden in particular? How many students you will facilitate at that institution?
Honorable,
Region 10 rather, sorry.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, this would be a national program where we would be doing it online. So you'll have anyone who would meet the eligibility criteria would be part of the program. So I don't know how many would apply from Linden, but certainly from the whole country, whoever apply once they meet the eligibility requirement, they would be allowed to be on the program. So we'll do the online component, which is theoretical, and you will have a practical component where we have several simulation centers where people would come in to do the practicals.
So,
Honorable
thank
Member,
you.
Mr.
So,
Video.
so 1,000 students for the entire country. Would the determination based on the region be premised on the need for nurses within each respective regions, or once the student is qualified, the first 1,000? What's the criteria with regards to how do we determine how we're going to choose these nurses from across the country, given the fact that there is need for nurses and the population of each region is different?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One, you have to meet the basic qualification. So that's the first thing. Secondly, we are expanding the amount of students we can have in the country, moving it from 200 or 250 per year to where we now have close to 1,000. So if there are people out there that meet the academic requirements, they would all be accommodated on the program. The platform, if we need to go beyond 1,000, the platform would be able to accommodate that. So if there are 200, 300 persons from Region 10 who would like to apply, then that's fine. They can apply. They would have a space to start the theoretical training online.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I did say that based on the qualifications of the applicants. Given the fact that Linden in itself has an established nursing school, would the ministry endeavor want to extend the capacity for the accommodation of students in the physical classroom, given the amount of students who would have applied and would not have gotten an opportunity to attend based on the present capacity of the institution? And would you, as the minister, given your position to have this as an online program, why is there a limitation to just 1,000? Because we would have seen with the COVID reality 2019 and onwards at the University of Ghana, there was a far more larger intake because more students could have gone on the virtual platform, applied, and go through the courses. And given the need for health care that we would have seen with regards to COVID, how it has ravaged many countries, and there was a greater demand for nurses, why, as a country, we're limiting the amount to just 1,000 when we're doing it on a virtual platform? Why not endeavor to do such a larger, probably 3,000?
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're starting with 1,000. When people apply, if we get 2,000, then fine, we can accommodate 2,000. So there's no limitation. But we want to start with at least 1,000. Right now, we take in 200 to 250. So this is a big jump. Whether we'll have enough people applying, that we'll see when we do the intake. All right? In terms of expanding the physical space at the Charles Rosa School, we don't think we need to do that at this point because we are migrating our training to be more online training. What we'll have to do in almost all the regions is to make sure that they have simulation centers where the nurses who are in training can go there and do their practicals. And that's what we'll work on this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera. Question 2 with respect to the drugs. Go- Thank you. Honorable members, question 4 for written reply is in the name of the Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Walton Desir, and is for the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance to defer the submission of this question as Minister Todd is overseas, and I'm not aware that a written submission has been made to the House. So I'd ask that under Standing Order 22, Subclause 9, that this be deferred.
Thank
And
you
on
very
his
much.
return, I will ensure that the response will be submitted in
Thank
writing.
you very much, Honorable Minister. Question 5 is in the name of the Honorable Member, Ms. Valda Lawrence, and is for the Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security. We have received that answer. Question 6 is in the name of the Honorable Member, Ms. Valda Lawrence, and is for the Honorable Prime Minister. We also have that response. And question number 7 is in the name of the Honorable Member, Ms. Valda Lawrence, and is for the Honorable Minister of Human Services. I see the Honorable Minister of Public Works trying to catch me. Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly, and moved by a minister.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to bring a motion of suspension of the standing orders numbers 10, subclause 2, and 38, subclause 9A. Be it resolved that standing orders numbers 10, subclause 2, and 38, subclause 9A be suspended to enable the senior minister in the office of the President with responsibility for finance to complete and uninterrupted the reading of the budget speech for 2023 at the sitting of the National Assembly on Monday, the 16th of January, 2023.
Honorable Member, the motion is proposed. I will now put the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we have now come to the item budget for 2023. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance will move the motion for the approval of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023. Honorable Senior Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to move the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector and the budget for the financial year 2023. And in doing so, sir, I wish to indicate that the Cabinet has recommended that the National Assembly proceed upon this motion pursuant to Article 171, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is the fourth budget of this People's Progressive Party civic government. Formed in August 2020, after the protracted struggle to ensure that the constitutional consequences of the December 2018 no confidence motion were adhered to, and that the results of the March 2020 elections were respected as the democratic will of the people. Inevitably, even if belatedly, democracy and the rule of law finally prevailed, and our beloved Guyana was rescued from the precipice of becoming a rogue dictatorship and a pariah state. Since assuming office, our government has set about the task of repairing the deep and lasting damage caused by 5 years of misrule and mismanagement, rebuilding Guyana's credibility in the international and global community, restoring our attractiveness as a destination for private investment, improving infrastructure and social services, and ensuring enhanced opportunities and improved quality of life for the Guyanese people. All this we endeavor while guided by His Excellency's overarching and abiding philosophy of one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 comes at the 30-month mark or approximate midpoint of our current term of office. It therefore presents a timely opportunity both to look back at the first half of this term and, even more importantly, to look ahead at that which is yet to come and which beckons with such abundant and exciting promise. To give just a few examples, in the 2.5 years since assuming office, we have combated the COVID-19 pandemic, providing protection to citizens by administering 958,365 doses of vaccines in total, and achieving a fully vaccinated rate of 68% of the adult population, and at the same time provided relief to households by distributing over $7 billion in cash grants. We've improved social safety nets by increasing old age pensions by nearly 40% to $28,000 monthly, resulting in transfers of over $21 billion in 2022 to our senior citizens, and increasing public assistance by over 55% to $14,000 monthly, resulting in transfers of over $3 billion in 2022 to the most vulnerable in our society. We've reintroduced and increased the Because We Care cash grant to $25,000 per child in 2022, which, along with the $5,000 uniform grant, resulted in total transfers of $5.6 billion to parents of over 196,000 school-aged children in 2022. We have awarded nearly 14,000 online scholarships under the GOAL program, giving the awardees an opportunity to pursue higher education or specialized training and certification in the comfort of their own home. We've distributed over 20,000 house lots, about 3 times the total distributed in the previous 5 years, giving all those recipients, Guyanese families and young professionals, the opportunity to become a homeowner for the very first time. And we've increased hinterland access to water from 46% in 2020 to 75% currently, just to list a few. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, just to give a few transformative examples on which work has already commenced, before the end of our current term of office, sir, we will have constructed and rehabilitated thousands of community and urban roads in towns and villages across the country. We will have constructed a new and modern 4-lane Demerara River Bridge. We will have completed the Linden to Mabura Highway. And we will have completed the construction of Guyana's onshore gas pipeline and natural gas plant, which will significantly reduce the cost of electricity to the benefit of households and businesses, thereby catalyzing rapid growth and industrial activity. As we engage in this important exercise of reflection on the past and planning for the future, it is apposite to recall that my preamble to Budget 2021 pointed out the clearly distinguishable phases in our country's economic journey. On that occasion, I emphasized the conspicuous correlation between our economic history and our political history since independence. More specifically, I highlighted that the years from 1966 to 1992 were characterized by state domination and economic decimation. The years from 1992 to 2015 were a period of restoration and rebuilding. And the years from 2015 to 2020 were scarred by renewed state domination and economic degeneration. Against that background, sir, the current People's Progressive Party civic government, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, has resolved that the post-2020 years will be an era of positive and lasting transformation. Mr. Speaker, on that occasion, 2 years ago, when I spoke of these phases in our economic history, I did not elaborate on the factors that helped distinguish the economic stewardship by successive PPPC governments from the economic mismanagement by our colleagues on that side of the House. As we contemplate the future, it is important that we consider some of the cardinal distinguishing principles that have guided successive PPPC governments in our economic policy formulation. These guiding principles contributed to the outcomes realized during our stewardship thus far and will continue to guide our stewardship going forward. First amongst these is policy continuity, consistency, and credibility. Our government, like previous PPPC governments, is committed to positions that are long-standing and well-known. For example, our commitment to work towards improving the lives of all Guyanese is entrenched in our party's founding principles, has been a constant feature in all our election manifestos and our budgets, and has informed all the policies contained therein. We have remained faithful to the commitments in our successive manifestos, and we have delivered on those commitments. And except where needed to adapt to evolving circumstances, our core principles and policies have not shifted over the years and do not vary depending on the audience or issue we are addressing for the moment. This, sir, has earned us incomparable credibility. Secondly, our government is committed to sound policies for long-term sustainability. Correct. PPPC governments do not compromise the long-term well-being of our country and our people at the altar of expediency or populism. As a responsible government, our policy choices are constantly guided by their long-term implications. These implications will be borne by this generation in our twilight years, as well as by generations yet to come. We owe it to ourselves, and even more so to them, not to make decisions today that have short-term appeal, but that will have adverse consequences in years to come. Long-term sustainability and the avoidance of policy myopia remain a paramount concern for us. This is absolutely critical for many of the fiscal choices with which we are faced today. Third, our economic policy making is guided by objective, sound, and rigorous examination of prevailing realities. In this regard, economic policy making at this particular juncture in our economic history is by no means an uncomplicated task. To give perhaps the most obvious example, as a resource-based economy, the avoidance of Dutch disease and the containment of overexposure to and overdependence on any one sector of the economy necessitates concerted policy action now. The threat of Dutch disease is real and non-trivial, and we need now to take the actions necessary to ensure that we broaden our non-oil productive base and to secure the long-term competitiveness of our non-oil economy. It is for this reason that we're investing so heavily in the catalytic infrastructure that is so critically needed for expanding productive capacity and improving competitiveness in the non-oil economy. Mr. Speaker, it is not accidental that we're investing as heavily as we are to build roadways, to open up new cultivable acreage for agriculture, and to improve access to our non-oil extractive resources such as minerals and forestry. It is similarly not accidental that we are investing in energy infrastructure to increase the supply and reduce the cost of electricity, to ensure a competitive industrial and manufacturing sector. At the same time, we are working assiduously to reduce and remove supply-side bottlenecks, both in the market for goods and services, as well as the labor market, given that these can exacerbate the risks of overheating. Examples of this include facilitating ramped-up domestic production of construction inputs, such as quarry aggregate and sand, both of which will be needed in vastly increased quantities in the coming months, given the construction boom on the way. In the labor market, we've been investing heavily in training to maximize the availability of skilled personnel and to enhance the capacity of Guyanese nationals to take up new and emerging job opportunities. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, we are always mindful of the global environment in which we operate. In the current instance, we are navigating the transformation in our country at a time when the global economic context is extremely unhelpful and highly unpredictable. Having only partially exited the throes of the COVID-19 crisis, the global economy is now characterized by elevated inflationary pressures, as well as strong recessionary risks for a variety of reasons, which I will discuss shortly. This is a reality from which we in Guyana are by no means isolated, and to which we are by no means immune. And this is the very real background against which economic policy is being formulated. I emphasize all of these points for the following reason. Our government considers it extremely important for the entire population to be fully attuned to the complexities of the policy environment in which we're operating, the very real threats and risks we face, as well as the policy choices before us and their implications. For this reason, we consider a high level of economic literacy countrywide to be a high priority, and we will continue to ensure that the complexities of the policy-making environment are explained in the most accessible way possible to build broad-based appreciation of the very real issues that confront us and the policy choices that lie before us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, even as we remain focused on ensuring the long-term well-being of Guyana and the Guyanese people, our government remains fully cognizant of the importance of addressing the most urgent and immediate imperatives. We understand and appreciate the urgency with which the most pressing problems and irritants of today need to be fixed. Matters like ensuring decent quality community infrastructure, including community roads and drainage and irrigation structures, to reduce the risk of flooding, good quality education for our children, good quality health care for all, reliable electricity and water supply, and decent jobs for everybody of employable age are all, Mr. Speaker, urgent and immediate needs. We recognize and appreciate the urgency with which these basic needs must be met. The initiatives contained in Budget 2023 represents a major step forward in ensuring that these needs are met in the shortest possible time. At the same time, we attach an equally high level of importance to ensuring that the investments needed for longer-term well-being are also being made. Reflecting this recognition, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is presented under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. And it therefore captures the essence of simultaneous attention being paid to both the immediate issues and irritants of the day, as well as the longer-term investments needed to secure the well-being of all of the Guyanese people well into the future. Mr. Speaker, I will now briefly review the global and regional economic context against the backdrop of which Budget 2023 is prepared. Global growth for 2022 is now estimated at 2.9%, down significantly from the 5.9% expansion recorded in 2021 in the initial recovery from the doldrums of the COVID-19 pandemic. The weaker output level reflects significant slowdowns in economic growth in the world's two largest economies, the United States and China, as well as the Euro area. Pressures on global growth came from protracted lockdowns and a property market crisis in China, along with the spillover effects from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, leading to tighter gas supplies in the Euro area. Weaker output is also partially attributed to a continual tightening of global financial conditions to curb soaring inflation levels worldwide. Mr. Speaker, growth in advanced economies is estimated at 2.5% in 2022, slower than the 5.3% recorded in 2021. Growth in the emerging market and developing economies is estimated at 3.4% in 2022, down from 6.7% in the prior year. The Latin America and the Caribbean region is estimated to have grown by 3.6% in 2022, weaker than the 6.8% recorded in 2021. Latest estimates show that economic recovery in the Caribbean continued in 2022, with the region recording growth of 7.7%, albeit slower than the 9.7% recorded in the previous year. Looking ahead, sir, the global economy is expected to expand at an even slower rate in 2023, reflecting the recessionary risks to which I alluded earlier. With 1/3 of the world economy expected to be in recession this year, the global outlook will be heavily impacted by several factors. These include, but are not limited to, continued monetary policy responses to inflation, the lasting effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and enduring supply chain disruptions still in the aftermath of COVID-19. Within this context, the latest forecast for global growth in 2023 is 1.7%, as advanced economies are predicted to grow only by 0.5%, while the emerging market and developing economies are expected to keep pace with 2022 levels with growth of 3.4%. Growth in the Caribbean is anticipated to slow further to 5.6% in 2023. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, inflation levels remain elevated, with global inflation estimated at 8.8% in 2022, rising from 4.7% in 2021. In advanced economies, inflation rates have risen to their highest level since 1982, up from 3.1% in 2021 to an estimated 7.2% in 2022. Emerging market and developing economies have also suffered from markedly high inflation, up by 4 percentage points year on year to an estimated 9.9% at the end of 2022. Finally, inflation levels closer to home have also remained elevated as tourism-dependent Caribbean nations have seen inflation rise from 5.4% in 2021 to an estimated 8.3% in 2022. And inflation for the commodity exporting countries of the Caribbean is estimated at 10.8% in 2022, though declining marginally year on year by 0.2% of a percentage point. Mr. Speaker, stemming from the existing geopolitical developments and weather-related production shortfalls, the price of some of Guyana's key commodity exports, rose in 2022, especially in the first half of the year. In particular, prices for oil, sugar, and metals were up year on year, while a decline was observed for rice. The world market price for sugar increased to 41 US cents per kilogram, representing a 4.7% increase over 2021. On the downside, the average world market price of rice fell from 458.3 US dollars per metric ton in 2021 to 436.8 US dollars per metric ton in 2022. With respect to the price of metals, aluminum prices averaged $2,705 per metric ton in 2022, up 9.4% from 2021. Gold prices averaged 1,800.6 US dollars per troy ounce for 2022, up from 1,799.6 US dollars per troy ounce in 2021. Lastly, sir, the price of crude oil averaged 99.8 US dollars per barrel, 98 US dollars and 80 cents per barrel in 2022, 41.7% above 2021 levels. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead to 2023, a general decline in the prices of Guyana's main exported commodities is expected, as we are confronted with the possibility of a global recession. Rice and sugar prices are expected to fall by 0.4% and 6.8% respectively, to 435 US dollars per metric ton and 38 US cents per kilogram. Metal prices are also expected to fall in 2023, with aluminum prices expected to average 2,400 US dollars per metric ton, or 11.3% lower than 2022. And gold prices are expected to decline by 5.6% to 1,700 US dollars per troy ounce. Most recent forecasts show, or suggest rather, that the price of crude oil is projected to average 83 US dollars and 10 cents per barrel in 2023, a decline of about 17% year on year. Even though this level prices would be expected to remain above the 5-year average of 60 US dollars per barrel. Mr. Speaker, On the whole, the commodity price outlook, the global economy is therefore heavily tilted on the downside for key commodities produced and exported by the Guyanese economy. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to developments in the domestic economy in 2022. Real gross domestic product. At the time of budget 2022, it was expected that real GDP would grow by 47.5% rather, with the non-oil economy expected to expand by 7.7%. As the year ensued, the oil and gas sector performed even better than expected. At the same time, our government's policies continued to focus on supporting the traditional and new and emergent non-oil pillars of the economy, helping to ensure stronger and more broad-based growth than originally anticipated. It is now estimated that our economy grew by 62.3% overall in 2022 in real terms. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that we recorded very strong expansion of 11.5% in the non-oil economy. Mr. Speaker, at 62.5% overall, Guyana would be the fastest growing economy in the world in 2022. I now turn, sir, to sectoral performances: agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector is estimated to have expanded by 11.9% in 2022. This growth sir, is attributable to notable performances in the other crops, rice growing, livestock, and forestry industries. And growth in these industries more than offset contractions in sugar growing and fishing. Mr. Speaker, the sugar growing sector is estimated to have declined by 18.9% in 2022, with sugar production for the year totaling 47,049 tons. This performance was largely the result of lingering effects of the 2021 floods, which caused lower yields per hectare and reduced cane quality, as well as persistent technical challenges encountered throughout the year. In contrast, an expansion of 8.1% is estimated for the rice growing sector in 2022, with total production of 610,595 tons. Like sugar, there were some lingering effects of the 2021 floods that affected rice production. However, production grew to surpass 2021 levels, with yields increasing to 5.9 tons per hectare in 2022 compared with 5.5 tons per hectare in 2021.
My apologies, my apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the other crops sector is estimated to have grown by a very commendable 15.3% in 2022, with expansions observed across all crop categories. Significant growth was recorded in the production of crops such as eddos, coconuts, sweet potatoes, plantains, lettuce, and sweet peppers. The contributing factors to higher output include increases in acreage cultivated and increased yield. The livestock industry is also estimated to have expanded, growing by 9% in 2022. It is estimated that the production of pork, poultry meat, mutton, and beef grew by 15.8%, 12%, 10.1%, and 1.8% respectively. On the downside, the production of eggs and milk declined by 37.5% and 10.8% respectively. The fishing industry, however, sir, is estimated to have contracted by 4.8% in 2022. This is attributed to lower marine production, with shrimp and fish production falling by 7.1% and 0.7% respectively. Marked underperformances were observed in the production of red snapper and prawns. On a more positive note, government's efforts to transform the aquaculture industry, inclusive of the construction of over 60 ponds in 2021, have resulted in growth in the overall productive capacity of shrimp ponds and 454.1% growth in the production of brackish water shrimp, with production totaling 621,000 kilograms in 2022. On the upside, sir, the forestry sector is estimated to have expanded in 2022, growing by 13.4%. It is estimated that approximately 441,000 cubic meters of timber products were produced in 2022, largely on account of growing demand from the construction sector. Extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, the mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have expanded by 109.7% in 2022. The estimated growth is driven mainly by an expansion in the oil and gas and support services industry, which, when combined with growth in the other mining and bauxite industries, outweighs the contraction in gold mining activity. Mr. Speaker, the oil and gas sector is estimated to have expanded by 124.8%, with a total of 101.4 million barrels of oil produced, compared with 42.7 million in 2021. This performance is attributed to the commencement of production on our country's second floating production, storage, and offloading vessel, the Liza Unity, early last year. In 2022, the Liza Destiny produced crude oil at an average rate of approximately 128,000 barrels per day, compared with 117,000 barrels per day in 2021. The Liza Unity FPSO produced at an average rate of about 169,000 barrels per day, reaching a peak monthly rate of just over 233,000 barrels per day in December. Mr. Speaker, the bauxite mining industry is estimated to have expanded by 35% in 2022, with increasing output from both producing operators. Total output from the industry is estimated to have expanded from 618,452 tons in 2021 to 706,634 tons in 2022. Output from the largest producer increased from 388,510 tons in 2021 to 407,225 tons in 2022, despite delays in the startup of a new kiln. Moreover, it is estimated that output from the smaller operator grew from 229,942 tons in 2021 to 299,409 tons in 2022. On the downside, sir, the gold mining industry is estimated to have contracted by 2.5% in 2022, stemming from lower output from the small and medium-scale producers. Overall declaration of gold fell marginally from 499,054 ounces in 2021 to 486,415 ounces in 2022. The single producing foreign operator recorded a notable increase in declarations, with 101,418 ounces declared in 2022, while output from the small and medium-scale operators fell by 10.6% to 384,998 ounces, attributed to lower declarations from the top two dealerships. Mr. Speaker, output from the other mining and quarrying sector, which comprises diamond, sand, and stone mining, continued its upward trajectory, resulting in the sector expanding by an estimated 38.5%. Diamond declarations are estimated to have grown by 85.6% to 83,720 metric carats last year. Sand extraction and stone production are estimated to have grown by 35.6% and 18.6%, supported by the heavy emphasis of construction activity in our government's public sector investment program, as well as rapid expansion in private sector construction activity. Notably, sir, within the other mining and quarrying sector, for the first time in the last 5 decades, 255,081 tons of manganese were produced in 2022.
Good start.
Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing sector is estimated to have expanded by 3.9% in 2022. While sugar manufacturing is estimated to have contracted by 18.9%, the rice manufacturing and other manufacturing subsectors are estimated to have grown 11.7% and 2.8% respectively. With respect to the latter, growth was driven largely by fabricated metal products, plastic products, and paper products, which grew by 4.9%, 35.7%, and 98.8% respectively. On the downside, there was a 33% contraction in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals and a 9% contraction in the manufacture of chemicals, particularly oxygen, amid lower COVID-19 related hospitalizations in 2022. Mr. Speaker, both electricity and water supply are estimated to have expanded in 2022 by 9.3% and 0.7% respectively. The expansion in electricity supply was driven by higher total consumption, while growth in water supply is attributed to higher demand, combined with the commissioning of 3 new wells, which were more productive than the wells removed from the distribution line due to failure or damage. Mr. Speaker, latest estimates in the construction sector indicate that that sector grew by a very strong 26.3% in 2022. As was the case in 2021, this expansion is supported by intensified activity in the public and private sectors, and alongside massive government investment in new and improved roads, bridges, housing developments, educational health facilities, and agriculture infrastructure. Private sector investment in the oil and gas and hospitality industries have continued to boost construction activity. In services, sir, the sector is estimated to have expanded by 9% in 2022. While growth was recorded across all service industries, the overall 2022 performance is mainly attributed to growth in wholesale and retail trade and repairs, administrative and support services, financial and insurance activities, real estate activities, and transport and storage. These industries grew by 15.6%, 11.8%, 6.7%, 4.1%, and 8.9%, respectively. Growth in wholesale and retail trade and repairs was largely driven by higher demand for building materials and consumer goods, while with respect to administrative and support services, the expansion was driven by greater activity related to the rental and lease of machinery and equipment used in the construction industry, greater demand in the business process outsourcing industry, and higher activity in the security service, in the provision of security services. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the balance of payments. The overall balance of payments recorded an estimated surplus of $128.3 million at the end of 2022. The current account improved The current account, sir, improved from a deficit of $1,999,000,000 in 2021 to an estimated surplus of $4,262.4 million in 2022. This was supported by the trade balance moving from a deficit of $19.9 million to a surplus of $7,780.7 million over the period. Mr. Speaker, total export earnings surged to an estimated $11,404.3 million at the end of 2022. When compared with 2021, there was estimated growth of 161.8%, driven largely by an increase in crude oil production and, of course, exports, and favorable global oil prices also supported export earnings growing year on year by an estimated $7,003,000,000 to $9,978,000,000. Non-oil export commodities also fared well, sir, with earnings expanding year on year by an estimated 3.3% to $1,425,000,000. This outturn is largely the result of growth of 57.1 million in the other category and of 18.9 million US dollars in bauxite earnings. These increases offset an estimated 28.6 million US dollar and 5.8 million US dollar decline in gold and rice receipts. Mr. Speaker, total imports declined year on year by an estimated 17.2% to $3,602 million US dollars amid no new FPSOs arriving in Guyana's waters. That is, of course, during 2022. As such, overall importation of capital goods fell by an estimated 61.4%, with mining machinery imports falling by 80.7% to 345 million US dollars. But within capital goods, growth was recorded in the importation of agricultural equipment, transport machinery, and building materials. Furthermore, payment for intermediate goods and consumption goods increased by 38.4% and 8.1% respectively, with the former primarily resulting from an estimated 54.1% increase in fuel and lubricants on account of higher global oil prices. Mr. Speaker, the capital account is estimated to have recorded a deficit of $4,120 million US dollars at the end of 2022. This primarily stems from a contraction in net foreign direct investment on account of no new FPSO being deployed during 2022. Additionally, the non-financial public sector's deficit is projected at $599.9 million US dollars, reflecting an increase in deposits into the Natural Resource Fund from $409.2 million US dollars in 2021 to $1.4 billion or $1,408 million US dollars in 2022. Notably also, of course, our 2022 marked the first year of withdrawals from the fund pursuant to the necessary approvals having been granted by this Honorable House, sir, with $607.6 million US dollars withdrawn during the year. Mr. Speaker, the balance of payments surplus is estimated to have resulted in the Bank of Guyana's external reserve position increasing to $939.2 million US dollars at the end of 2022, up from $810.8 million US dollars at the end of 2021. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to monetary developments. Mr. Speaker, the supply of money expanded year on year by an estimated 14.5% to $673.3 billion at the end of 2022. This reflects the proactive and stimulating policies crafted by this government to foster sustainable business and buoyant consumer sentiment in the economy. Mr. Speaker, net domestic credit is estimated at $263.4 billion at the end of 2022, up from is estimated at $263.4 billion at the end of 2022, up from $224.6 billion in the previous year. This largely indicates lending to the private sector growing by an estimated 14.6%. Mr. Speaker, a 19.1% expansion is estimated in credit to private sector enterprises, and in particular, to increased credit to businesses in the services, manufacturing, and agriculture sectors of 15.8%, 36%, and 15.5% respectively. The outturn in the services sector resulted mainly from expanding credit of $9.4 billion and $4.2 billion for other services and distribution respectively. And the estimated growth in the manufacturing sector is based largely on increased lending for other construction and engineering, as well as beverages, food, and tobacco. Lastly, the projected rise in the agriculture sector is mostly on account of growth of $1.7 billion and $1 billion in lending for paddy and livestock production. Mr. Speaker, strong growth is also estimated for lending for real estate mortgage loans and to households of 9.8% and 8.8% respectively. The real estate mortgage loans position largely reflects mortgages granted for private dwellings, rising by $6.7 billion, while the projected growth in households mainly stems from a $2.2 billion increase in credit for other purposes. I now turn, sir, to prices and income. Mr. Speaker, as highlighted previously, the global economy continues to grapple with the persistent inflationary pressures triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and exacerbated by developments in Ukraine. In 2022, it is estimated the global inflation rose to 8.8%. As I indicated a few minutes ago, sir, Guyana was not and is not insulated from these pressures. Here at home, prices continued to rise with the 12-month inflation rate estimated at 7.2% in December 2022, above the 5.7% recorded in 2021. This, sir, is primarily based on account of higher food prices, which contributed 6.4 percentage points to the overall inflation rate. Mr. Speaker, as is well known, in order to soften and cushion the impact of imported inflation, our government implemented a suite of fiscal measures throughout the year, including lowering the excise tax on fuel products to zero in March of 2022, extending the application of the freight cost adjustment to pre-pandemic levels for the calculation of import taxes to the end of 2022, and distributing subsidized fertilizer to farmers to encourage replanting and to reduce the impact of imported fertilizer price spikes. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, would have contributed to the swift recovery from the 2021 floods and the growth observed in the production of other crops. Interest rates, sir. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill yields were largely stable over the review period. The 91-day and 182-day Treasury bill yields unchanged at 1.54% and 1% respectively. The 364-day Treasury bill yield is, however, estimated to have increased from 0.99% to 1.09%. On the other hand, the commercial bank's small savings rate and weighted average lending rate declined from 0.83% and 8.8% respectively to an estimated 0.81% and 8.54% respectively. Incomes. Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to improving the well-being of all Guyanese citizens and recognizes and appreciates the hard work of employees delivering services to the people of Guyana. In 2022, an 8% across-the-board salary increase was paid to over 52,000 public servants, teachers, members of the disciplined services, and government pensioners. Mr. Speaker, the members of the disciplined services also benefited from a 1-month tax-free bonus, which it would be recalled, sir, was most unconscionably taken away by the previous government. Its restoration and payment in 2022, sir, placed over $1.3 billion in the hands of over 11,000 members of the disciplined services. Mr. Speaker, as highlighted in the 2022 budget, all workers benefited from the increase in the monthly income tax threshold from $65,000 to $75,000, injecting some $1.3 billion into the pockets of both public and private sector workers. Furthermore, the minimum wage for private sector employees was increased by 36%, from $44,200 to $60,147 with effect from July 2022. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, as part of this government's suite of measures to combat imported inflation and supplement household income in 2022, the hinterland and riverine communities also benefited from a $25,000 one-off cash grant. This injected more than $1.2 billion into these communities. Mr. Speaker, almost 8,000 fisherfolk benefited from the provision of a $150,000 one-off payment, totaling $1.2 billion. And over 1,400 sugar workers at IFLOT who were affected by the estate downtime were provided a one-off payment totaling over $277 million. Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to ensuring that all categories of workers at the end of the day have a better standard of living, better opportunities, and greater prospects for the future. I turn now, sir, to the fiscal position. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2022, the non-financial public sector deficit after grants was $152.5 billion, or 11.5% of GDP. This deficit is attributed to government's continued ramp-up of capital investments, continued expansion in public expenditure to finance improved social programs, and higher outlays related to the implementation of measures to provide relief to citizens as we continue to combat both external and domestic economic shocks. On the central government, a deficit of $155.5 billion, or 11.8% of GDP, was recorded at the end of 2022. This was on account of a 53.1% increase in overall expenditure. Total expenditure totaled $593.1 billion at the end of the year, and its growth outweighed the $162.4 billion increase in total revenue. Mr. Speaker, total revenue of the central government, net of inflows of the Guyana Red Plus Investment Fund, the GRIF, and the NRF, was $302.1 billion at the end of 2022, 13.3% above 2021 collections, reflecting the strong and dynamic growth in the economy. Within this, tax revenue collections amounted to $292.3 billion, growing by 14.6%. Internal revenue collections totaled $176.1 billion at the end of 2022, attributed largely to higher collections of private sector corporation taxes, personal income tax, and withholding taxes. These grew by $16.9 billion, $12 billion, and $10.4 billion, respectively. Of note, sir, growth in withholding tax collections is mainly attributed to higher collections from the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, collections of value-added tax and excise tax contracted by $9.6 billion in 2022, amounting to $85.2 billion at the end of the year. This, sir, is attributed to the reduction of the excise tax rate applied to petroleum products, which resulted in a total loss of $17.2 billion on the collection of excise tax products. Of excise tax on petroleum products, rather. That revenue loss, of course, Mr. Speaker, would have translated to direct relief to the consuming and traveling public of Guyana. On the upside, sir, collections from VAT net of refunds expanded by $8.5 billion, totaling $56.8 billion on account of higher collections related to both domestically supplied goods and the importation of goods and services. Customs and trade taxes collected $4 billion above its previous year level, largely attributed to higher collections of import duties, again reflecting the marked recovery and dynamism in our economy. In contrast, sir, non-tax revenues totaled $9.8 billion at the end of 2022, $1.8 billion below 2021 collections, driven by lower collections of rents and royalties. Mr. Speaker, within the central government, non-interest current expenditure grew by 18.6% to $326.1 billion, largely on account of growth in transfer payments and outlays for goods and services. The 21.3% growth in transfer payments was driven by transfers to local organizations, higher outlays on such social programs as education grants and old age pensions, and reflected many of our government's initiatives highlighted previously. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, government's public sector investment program grew by 147.2%.
Wow. Progress.
With total capital expenditure amounting to $258.1 billion at the end of last year. This reflects, sir, our government's commitment to continue to invest in repairing, rehabilitating and expanding our country's infrastructure and in building strong implementation capacity. Public enterprises. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2022, the public enterprises recorded an overall surplus of $3 billion. Total receipts were $177.2 billion, $36.9 billion higher than in 2021. And total expenditure amounted to $174.2 billion, $27.7 billion above the level spent in 2021. The growth in expenditure is largely attributed to higher operational costs associated with the Guyana Oil Company as a result of higher imported fuel prices, the GPL as a result of the same factor, fuel of course being its primary input, and Gaisuco, which I addressed earlier. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, since the presentation of the last budget, government has maintained its long-standing practice of prudent debt management. Consequently, we continue to enjoy strong debt sustainability fundamentals, even as we expand investments in public infrastructure, social services, and other initiatives geared at ensuring improved standards of living for all Guyanese. This delicate balancing act hinges on our time-honored debt management strategy of contracting, development financing, and meeting debt service obligations at the lowest cost within prudent risk parameters. Mr. Speaker, contrary to malicious speculation on that side of the House, it is not by any measure GWI water that I'm consuming. This, sir, is not the 1970s and the 1980s. I am in fact consuming medication prescribed by a duly licensed medical practitioner, including a particular application to the water that causes the coloration that might be visible. I thought I might clarify that, sir. and in the process commend my colleagues, Ministers Colin Crowell and Susan Rodriguez, for the outstanding work that they're doing to repair and restore the water supply infrastructure in this country after inheriting that infrastructure in a decrepit and dilapidated state from their predecessors in office. Moving swiftly on, sir. Moving swiftly on, sir. Total public and publicly guaranteed debt amounted to $3,654.9 million at the end of 2022, up 16.9% from end 2021 on account of growth in external and domestic debt. Notwithstanding, the ratio of total public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP declined substantially over the past year from 38.9% at end 2021 to 24.6% at the end of 2022.
Excellent.
This outcome is testament, sir, to our judicious contracting, as I said earlier, of development financing at a level well within Guyana's debt-carrying capacity. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the Natural Resource Fund. In 2022, there were 102 lifts of crude oil from Guyana's FPSOs, 13 of which were for government. For the year 2022, the fund received $1,099.1 million in profit oil, $510.2 million from Liza Destiny, and $588.9 million from Liza Unity. I can understand, sir, that we might appear to be a government operating on steroids when compared to the lethargy of our colleagues on that side of the House. I forgive you for believing that we are a government operating on steroids. Sir, even a turtle or a tortoise would have made the APNU AFC look like they were moving on steroids. Even the proverbial turtle or tortoise would have appeared like they were moving on steroids compared to the APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, profit oil. Mr. Speaker, profit oil receipts in 2022 Mr. Speaker, profit oil receipts in 2022 correspond to 11 government lifts, as the remaining 2 will be received this month. Additionally, $155.2 million was received in royalty payments from the operator. In keeping with the NRF Act, $607.6 million was withdrawn to finance national development priorities in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2022, the overall balance in the fund, inclusive of interest income and after transfers to the budget, amounted to $1,271.8 million. Accumulated, sir, pursuant to the provisions of the Natural Resource Fund Act enacted by this Honorable House on the 29th of December 2021 amidst scenes of chaos and confusion at the behest and on the occasion of the conduct of our colleagues on that side of the House. I turn now to sectoral developments on the agenda for 2023. Introduction and macroeconomic context. Mr. Speaker, in my speech for 2020, in my budget speech for 2022, I outlined our government's development priorities, which are grounded in our 2020 manifesto, the basis on which we were elected by the people of Guyana. These priorities remain the same, and it is worthwhile to emphasize that they are fully aligned with the regional and international aspirations and obligations to which we have subscribed. These include the Sustainable Development Goals under the United Nations Agenda 2020, to which we are firmly wedded, as well as the CARICOM Regional Agenda, including on food security, the 25 by 25 initiative. In that regard, sir, we are, of course, providing strong leadership, having resumed lead responsibility in the CARICOM quasi-cabinet for agriculture and food security immediately upon returning to office. Low carbon development strategy. Mr. Speaker, amongst the many signature achievements of this and successive PPPC governments has been our global and national leadership on environmental stewardship and climate action. Our 2020 manifesto committed to reinstating Guyana's low-carbon development strategy to help achieve prosperity for our people by deploying earnings from forest climate services to diversify the economy and create more jobs and opportunities utilizing a low-carbon pathway. Our manifesto anticipated the possibility of earning hundreds of millions of US dollars, building on what we pioneered during our previous term of office through the Guyana-Norway bilateral agreement. Regrettably, sir, during the 2015 to 2020 period, 2019-2020 period, the LCDS was callously and unconscionably abandoned. The remaining 135 million US dollars of unspent resources was unutilized, and the projects that were previously started were stalled, including, sir, such projects as Amerindian land titling, on which little or no activity was observed for the entire 5 years. As a result, sir, during those years, Guyana lost the opportunity to engage the global carbon market. The challenge facing the government on returning to office was to repair this damage, re-establish a vision for moving forward for the benefit of Guyana, and resume contributing to the global search for solutions. To start repairing the damage, through the last 2 budgets that I presented to this House, all of the outstanding 135 million US dollars has now been unlocked.
Good leadership.
Mr. Speaker, to resuscitate the vision of forest climate services, we developed our second generation LCDS, LCDS 2030. That takes forward our world-leading mechanism for payment for forest services. Our LCDS 2030 benefited from 7 months of national consultation since the launch of a version by His Excellency the President in October 2021. Thousands of Guyanese and international partners participated in these consultations, provided feedback, and offered new ideas, resulting in a revision of the document, vastly strengthened by these inputs. At the core of LCDS 2030 is an expanded understanding of Guyana's world-class natural ecosystems. The original LCDS focused on the climate services provided by our forests. LCDS 2030 expands the focus to include biodiversity conservation, water management, and the ocean economy. It opens a window of opportunities in the years ahead, where Guyana can improve the management of natural ecosystems, expand protected areas, improve watershed management, and establish world-class facilities, including an international center for biodiversity research. LCDS 2030 was endorsed by the National Tushaus Council at their July 2022 conference, and it was presented and debated in Parliament with a resolution passed in this Honorable House, sir, as you would recall, endorsing the strategy. All of this, sir, was achieved in 2022. Today, I am pleased to put on record that the vision of the LCDS 2030 has moved to reality. In 2022, a major milestone was achieved for Guyana and for forest countries in the world in the achievement of that vision, when the Architecture for REDD+ Transactions Environmental Excellence Standard, popularly known as ART-TREES, issued the world's first, and I will repeat that, sir, for emphasis, and for the emphasis it so richly deserves. When the ART-TREES Secretariat issued the world's first jurisdiction-scale, market-ready carbon credits to Guyana. I will go further, sir, and say that in total almost 33.5 million credits were issued for the period from 2016 to 2020. One of the biggest issuances of carbon anywhere in the world. Needless to say, sir, these credits for 2016 to 2020 relate to a period when the former government did absolutely nothing to monetize them. We, sir, instead, sir, they chose to brandish a green state development strategy, I would believe it was called, that was whose greenness extended, sir, only, I believe, to the dominant color of its pages. Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government has now corrected that travesty. A second major milestone was also achieved in 2022 through the sale of a significant percentage of our ART-TREES credits. During the period from February 14th to March 14th, 2022, an international request for proposals for the purchase of Guyana's carbon credits was issued. Resulting from this process, several proposals were submitted, and government and the Hess Corporation finalized an agreement whereby the Hess Corporation would be the first buyer of Guyana's credits, totaling approximately a third of our issuances under ART-TREES from 2016 to 2030. The agreement sets out that Hess will buy 2.5 million credits per year for 2016 to 2030 to a total of 37.5 million credits for a minimum payment of $750 million for a minimum payment of $750 million to be paid to Guyana between 2022 and 2032. Sir, this may very well be the largest carbon transaction to have ever taken place anywhere in the world today.
They're leaving because you're saying wrong things.
Mr. Speaker, moving forward, sir, this will open a new revenue stream for Guyana, and the long-term significance of this should be recognized. Not only is it an example of Guyana providing leadership for the world in addressing climate change, but it is also laying the long-term foundations for the day when the global economy will value nature's contributions to that economy. In short, sir, Guyana's mechanism for forest climate services starts finally to change that historic financial reality where the world's forests are worth, tragically, more dead than they are worth alive. In 2023, as set out in the budget, investments will be made across the country in national and multi-community initiatives to build our future economy. And sir, 15% of all revenues received will be invested in village sustainability plans produced by our Amerindian villages and communities. Meanwhile, sir, efforts will be advanced to market the remaining 2/3 of Guyana's credits, for which there has already been tremendous interest. Importantly, we've also wanted to provide a model for all forest countries, who we know are waiting to see that the promise of private capital flows can actually be realized and directed towards protecting forests. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to our objective of maintaining and further growing a diversified, resilient, and competitive, productive sector. First, oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, since taking office, and in keeping with our manifesto commitment of securing the benefits of oil and gas for all Guyanese, this People's Progressive Party civic government has taken steps to strengthen the sector's legal and regulatory framework. We've established and strengthened institutional structures required by that framework, and we've continued to promote accelerated exploration and production of the resources, all in the national interest. Legal, regulatory, and institutional framework. In 2022, in the area of strengthened governance and management, government brought into operation the new NRF Act. The NRF Board of Directors, comprising internationally eminent Guyanese of global repute, the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee, and the Investment Committee, 3 critical entities in the sector's governance architecture have been appointed. Furthermore, in order to ensure full transparency and accountability, since April 2022, notification of receipts of petroleum revenues are being published in the official Gazette and have been tabled in the National Assembly, including one that I tabled, sir, as you would recall, earlier today. The new Local Content Act has also been brought into operation. The local content secretariat has been established. The local content register has been put in place. That register, sir, now includes over 500 Guyanese companies. The Secretariat has approved over 29 five-year local content master plans to date. The latest information, sir, indicates that Guyanese accounted for 64% of total employment in the sector, totaling 3,153 Guyanese nationals at the end of the first half of 2022. Additionally, the Secretariat has successfully unbundled contracts and has reduced the payment period for Guyanese suppliers from 45 to 30 days, particularly benefiting small Guyanese businesses. And today, sir, several Guyanese businesses are doing business with the oil and gas companies and their contractors, creating jobs for Guyanese nationals. Mr. Speaker, we have announced the main elements of a new fiscal framework, which will form the basis of a draft new model production sharing agreement to be released next month. In addition to 4 areas of revised fiscal terms, we will strengthen the articles related to work program commitments by operators for each block, and we will put in place an enhanced relinquishment mechanism. The expectation is for the new model PSA to be applicable for awards by the end of the first half of this year. Mr. Speaker, on exploration, 2022 was a major year of exploration activity. 11 exploration wells were drilled, Stabroek Block alone accounting for 10 of these, and resulting in 10 new commercially viable discoveries being made offshore Guyana. This brings the total number of discoveries made in Stabroek to 35, and a total of 40 for all blocks being explored. With the new discoveries in 2022, our total estimated proven reserves now stand at over 11 billion barrels of oil equivalent, with every likelihood of further upward revision as exploration activity continues. Additionally, we launched the 2022 licensing round in December of last year. This round will run until April of 2023, and successful bids are expected to be awarded by the end of the first half of this year. The round offers 14 blocks for tender in the shallow and deep water areas of Guyana's offshore. And we anticipate, sir, that with the successful completion of this round, that exploration activity will be significantly and rapidly ramped up. On production within the sector, sir, Liza Unity FPSO began production early last year, bringing to a total the number of deployed and operationalized FPSOs in Guyana's waters to 2. Notably, it is anticipated that production will commence at a 3rd FPSO, Liza Prosperity, by the end of 2023. With these 3 FPSOs, production capacity is forecasted to be in the order of 560,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, our government also collaborated extensively with the Stabroek Block operator and its partners on the Yellowtail and Waru projects in 2022. Stemming from this, the production license for the former was approved in April, pushing increased development activity. These advancements are supporting a potentially earlier startup in 2025 and will produce at a rate of 250,000 barrels per day. This will increase overall production capacity to approximately 810,000 barrels per day by 2025. Further, with an application for the 5th development block, Waru, filed in November 2022, and subsequently kickstarting government's review, it is anticipated that this platform will produce another 250,000 barrels per day following startup in 2027. Taken together, sir, these developments will enable Guyana to produce over 1 million barrels per day by this time. That is to say, by 2027. Harnessing our gas reserves. Mr. Speaker, a most important component of the oil and gas sector is our gas reserves. And harnessing these for affordable energy has resulted in the gas to energy project, which will be discussed in greater detail shortly. Moreover, our government has commenced work on the revision of the Liza Field Development Plan and License, which will allow for the production of natural gas for commercial usage in Guyana. It is crucial to note that our gas reserves have expanded, with the estimated recoverable natural gas reserves moving from 16 trillion to over 17 trillion standard cubic feet. We are expected to export at a minimum about 50 million standard cubic feet of gas per day through Destiny and Unity in the initial phases. And the operator, through the Yellowtail production license, has submitted a gas utilization study for the remainder of our gas reserves. This submission, sir, is currently under review. Promoting value-added production and securing energy security. Mr. Speaker, following the call for proposals to design, finance, and build an oil refinery near the mouth of the Berbice River, 9 bids were submitted and received and will be evaluated this quarter. Following that process, and on the assumption of its completion by 2025, the refinery will allow for the local production of refined fuel products to meet our domestic requirements and help strengthen the nation's and the region's energy security. I turn now, sir, to other extractives. Mr. Speaker, our more traditional mining and quarrying sectors continue to play a crucial role in our nation's growth and diversification, contributing not only to national production and export revenues, but also to job creation. Our government has promised in our manifesto implemented a suite of measures since assuming office, invested in critical infrastructure, and improved the regulatory and institutional architecture to support the sector. We commenced in 2022 the establishment of a comprehensive automated mineral property management system with online capabilities. The mining school and training center remain committed to providing qualified technicians and tradesmen for the industry. And this center will provide extension services to miners in such areas as biodiversity mainstreaming and mercury reduction. In gold specifically, sir, the subsector continues to be a key contributor to growth in our economy. It represents 8.3% of non-oil GDP and 58.2% of non-oil exports in 2022. Our government's focus in the sector continues to be on promoting exploration activity that can eventually transition into production, thereby supporting growth, employment, and export earnings. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, development of underground mining, work on the development of underground mining capability in the sector progressed. With a new timeline for underground mining to come fully on stream by 2024. Investment opportunities in the sector continued with major discoveries by exploration companies in the Oko, Kayuni area, Omai, and Marudi. Notably, sir, the Torparo area potential also remains hopeful, but changes in the company architecture and ownership led to some revision in the initial investment timelines. Our government remains firmly optimistic that all these areas that show potential are brought into production in the near term. Mr. Speaker, in the bauxite industry, we continue to encourage value-added production to accompany the raw products to secure greater value. As such, in 2022, one of the two large operators advanced investments to further refine their ore, while the other made progress in the installation of its kiln at its Linden facility. It is now expected to come on stream, this kiln, before the end of 2023. The investment outlook for the sector is promising amid additional discoveries of world-class deposits, especially the Tarakuli deposit in Berbice, as we continue to seek additional large-scale investors for the industry. Notably, sir, the number of persons employed in the bauxite sector increased steadily from 438 in 2020 to 905 in 2022. Sand and stone. Mr. Speaker, a construction boom is very visibly underway in Guyana. This is seen through the massive ramp-up of the PSIP, with robust activity from the housing drive, the building of several hospitals, schools, roads and bridges, private sector investment infrastructure, including hotels and business complexes, and the positive spillover effects of removing VAT on critical construction materials. Supporting this construction boom is a rapid expansion in sand and stone production. And facilitating these activities are the 22 operators to date in the sand and loam subsector, with production almost doubling in 2022. Our government in 2023 will continue to promote accelerated investment in the sector and ensure that concessions are brought to production in the shortest possible time in order to boost production and productivity. Mr. Speaker, similarly, quarry stone reached record high levels. The currently operating quarries collectively ramped up operations in 2022 to produce a record 1,021,000 tons, the highest in over a decade. An additional 6 quarries were recently licensed and are expected to contribute a further 400,000 tons in 2023. These additions reflect our government's efforts to ensure construction materials rise to match demand from housing and the other infrastructure works across the country. Manganese. Mr. Speaker, the sole operator in the area commenced production in 2022 and remains on track to deliver on their $75 million investment over the next 3 years. Despite logistical challenges, the company still managed to make 2 shipments last year, totaling over 100,000 metric tons. This was the first time in over 5 decades, as I mentioned earlier, since Guyana exported manganese. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, manganese output is projected at 500,000 metric tons. Other minerals. Beyond the traditional minerals, Guyana has placed and will continue to place emphasis on the diversification of our mining industry. Since assuming office in 2020, 5 prospecting licenses were issued for non-traditional minerals, and it is anticipated that exploration of rare earth elements, including scandium, lithium, columbite, tantalite, will continue into the medium term. as government continues to push diversification in the sector. Forestry. Mr. Speaker, when we assumed office in 2020, we met a forestry sector in a state of disrepair and despair, with the Guyana Forestry Commission unable to pay salaries and cover its operational costs. We committed to repair this devastation and to put the sector on a path to prosperity. In Budget 2020, consistent with our promise to improve the ease of doing business in Guyana, the forestry sector benefited from an adjustment to the national export log policy and the removal of several restrictive VAT and tax hindrances. In particular, the former was instrumental in enhancing the competitiveness of the sector through enhanced market access for sawmillers without concessions. These measures materialized into a strong recovery for the forestry sector in 2021 and an even stronger estimated performance in 2022. Looking ahead, sir, government anticipates issuing 15 new small concessions to enhance the sector's output. Loggers will also be supported through government's rehabilitation of key hinterland roads, including the Linden to Mabura Road and the Puruni Road and others. Efforts are also expected to continue with the GFC's implementation of our timber legality assurance system, a requirement for the voluntary partnership agreement under the EU FLECT program, Forest Law Enforcement, Governance and Trade program. Mr. Speaker, the sector received a tremendous boost and fillip by the announcement made by His Excellency the President last year on the establishment of a $900 million revolving fund in partnership with the private sector, aimed at boosting production and value added. This arrangement involves the participation of one of our leading commercial banks, Demerara Bank Limited. In line with our government's strengthened focus on small, medium, and community loggers, as well as on value-added producers, this $900 million revolving fund will provide more accessible and low-cost financing for these operators. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to agriculture and food security, the anchor of our non-oil economy. Mr. Speaker, when we took office in 2020, the agriculture sector was in a state of complete collapse, as it had become a target for political vindictiveness, and it was starved of financial support and subject to particularly poor planning. This, sir, took on epically tragic proportions because agriculture has always been an important pillar in our economy and has been the base of economic activity, especially in our rural communities, for decades, indeed for centuries. Mr. Speaker, since returning to office, our government has resumed giving the sector the attention it deserves, focusing on its restoration and enhancement with strong, decisive leadership, both by His Excellency the President and my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Agriculture. That leadership has manifested itself both at the regional and national levels, and it aims to mold a robust agriculture sector that will transform lives, livelihoods, and landscapes. We remain, sir, committed to increasing production and productivity through expansion in acreage and use of technology, diversifying into new crops and varieties, promoting high value and value-added production and crops, including through agro-processing, and easing the access for farmers and consumers to markets, both domestic and export. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of advancing the food security and agribusiness agenda, we will, in partnership with the private sector and with the Guyanese public at large and Guyanese communities across the length and breadth of our country, pursue an agricultural strategy built around three major initiatives. The first is the establishment of a regional food hub, incorporating critical elements of the production and supply chain, such as cold storage, manufacturing and processing capabilities, in order to promote improved access to markets, as I said earlier, both export and domestic. Second, establish and further strengthen the capability to harness greater use of science, technology, and research and development to promote scientifically based innovation and product development. And third, promote hinterland agriculture for food security and self-sufficiency, as well as to meet the needs, food security and self-sufficiency within the producing communities, as well as to meet the needs of markets beyond the producing communities. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $2 billion is allocated in Budget 2023 for these initiatives. Sugar. Mr. Speaker, as has already been said, we met a sugar industry that was deliberately, callously, and unconscionably neglected and deliberately decimated. Fields and factories were left abandoned, billions of dollars in machinery and equipment were left to the elements, and over $2.5 billion in valuable standing canes were left to rot in the fields. As has often been said, and as is most worthy of repetition, that we never forget, over 7,000 workers were severed, and their extended families left without a livelihood. We, sir, remain committed to the revitalization and restructuring of the sugar industry, to support a diversified and modernized sector, ensuring its sustainability and economic viability. Since returning to office, we have invested over $10 billion in plant and equipment. We have rehabilitated cane fields at all factory locations. We have fostered private sector partnerships through lending support to cane farmers to expand land under cultivation. Moreover, sir, we have sought to re-energize local economies through the rehiring of 1,479 workers. That is correct. Who were unconscionably dismissed by the APNU AFC. And we have delivered, sir, a cash grant, as mentioned earlier, to all workers who were severed. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we advanced the recapitalization of Albion, Iflot, and Blairmont, and we remodeled the marketing and sales mix to move away from bulk sugar to packaged higher value-added sugars. This year, sir, in support of the sugar industry and those who work in that industry, our government has allocated in Budget 2023 $4 billion for Gaisuko.
$4 billion for Gaisuko.
Out of which we will see the commencement of construction of the Albion packaging plant and the expansion of the capacity of the Blairmont packaging plant. We have also targeted, sir, the acquisition of a drying machine to improve the quality of our packaged sugar, and the acquisition and deployment of a stick packaging machine to offer a smaller sachet of sugar to meet the needs of premium markets. Additionally, sir,
You don't understand that.
it is anticipated that grinding operations at Rose Hall will commence in the second crop of 2023. And smoke, sir, will once again rise from the chimneys of the estate.
Smoke in the chimneys, Randitan. Smoke in the chimneys.
Turning, sir, to rice. Mr. Speaker, the rice industry remains a dominant contributor to agriculture overall. And rice is, of course, a staple in our diet and a staple in our food security agenda. Importantly, sir, rice supports employment and well-being and livelihood in rural communities throughout Guyana. We remain focused on increasing production and yields. Since assuming office, we reversed the increases in land rent that was crippling the industry. We reversed the taxes on agricultural equipment and inputs. And we invested over $35.8 billion to repair the neglected and dilapidated drainage and irrigation structures. We secured new markets in the British Virgin Islands, in Estonia, Slovenia, and Lebanon. And we introduced the GRDB 16 variety, which resulted in a 40% increase on improvement in yield. Additionally, sir, in response to popular demand by farmers, since returning to office, we constructed 8 new drying floors in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We commissioned our National Gene Bank and Soil Tissue Laboratory at the Burma Rice and Research Station. These facilities will improve productivity through advancements in research and innovation to raise productivity, to improve value added. Further, sir, we procured a seed dryer and a mini testing mill, and we distributed over $900 million in fertilizer to 5,160 farmers. Mr. Speaker, this year, we will be investing over $300 million to promote production and productivity in rice. This will go towards research and development to further improve yields and identify and implement alternatives to insecticides to control paddy bug. We will construct 2 new drying floors in regions 3 and 5. And we will introduce new bio-fortified rice varieties. Our work to secure new markets will continue, sir, all with the interest of growing the industry and improving well-being for those operating in and dependent on that industry. Other crops. Mr. Speaker, aligned with the agricultural diversification agenda, government continues to expand non-traditional agriculture with particular focus on research and development and high-value commodities. Corn and soybean. Mr. Speaker, we committed to the cultivation of corn and soybean in the intermediate savannas with the aim of being self-sufficient by 2025. To support the growth of this industry, we expended, or committed rather, over $1.2 billion to infrastructural development in the Takama area. At the end of 2022, access to that area was improved, having constructed 40 kilometers of road, with the remaining 7 kilometers scheduled to be completed this year. Our government invested in a drying and storage facility, for which construction works will also be completed in 2023. This, sir, will constitute the establishment of the first such facility for corn and soybean in the history of Guyana. In 2023, sir, we will invest $150 million in the construction of a wharf in the Takama area. This wharf will provide critical riverine access to the area under cultivation. Mr. Speaker, coconuts. We recognize the tremendous potential of coconut as a high-value crop. We have rolled out our coconut decentralization program. This has seen, sir, the establishment of nine coconut nurseries established in Charity, Kairuni, Wakanam, Legwan, Canal Number 2, Quarantine, Hosororo, Fort Wellington, and Lethem. And I invite, sir, our colleagues to disclose how many coconut nurseries they had in operation when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, to put things in perspective, sir, to put things in perspective, Mr. Speaker, I hear reference to the establishment of Hope Coconut Estate during the pre-1985 era.
Go there.
And those of us who are old enough to remember the imposition by the pre-1985 dictatorial regime of the PNC, which required senior public servants to do compulsory unpaid labor.
Trench or retrench.
When permanent secretaries of Guyana were told that they had to go and weed trenches at Hope Estate for free or face the consequence of losing their jobs. That, sir, is the PNC's legacy. Hope Coconut Estate. While I'm advised that the maximum leader, fine equestrian that he was, patrolled the estate astride his preferred horse of the day, looking down on his subjects as they conducted free and unpaid labor in the trenches of Hope Estate. That, sir, is the PNC's legacy and perspective on coconuts. So don't be disrespectful and besmirching of the establishment of 9 coconut nurseries across this country. Sir, to put things in perspective, in 2022, sir, 45,000 coconut seedlings were produced. To put things in perspective, 45,000 coconut seedlings were produced, each one of which promoted expanded cultivation. In 2023, sir, a new high-yielding and disease-resistant coconut variety will be introduced to farmers, with 8 demonstration plots to be established in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I turn now, sir, to citrus and spices. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, to increase the production of citrus and spices, our government boosted cultivation with the distribution of over 25,000 kilograms of ginger and turmeric, planting materials, I should say, and 67,000, almost 68,000 mixed citrus seedlings, orange, tangerine, lime, lemon, distributed to our farmers. Consider for a moment, sir, 68,000 citrus seedlings being distributed to our farmers. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in the processing of these crops. To this end, sir, the sum of $153 million is budgeted to improve processing capacity at Hosororo, Parika, and Linden Soos Dike. The improved mechanization will reduce drying time from 3 to 5 days to 8 hours daily, directly increasing productivity and targeting over 300 metric tons of production of ginger and turmeric, high-value products. To boost citrus production, sir, in 2023, we will expand distribution of seedlings to farmers to a total exceeding 100,000. High-value crops. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our manifesto commitment to incentivize young people to pursue a career in agriculture, we launched, under the leadership of no less a person than His Excellency the President, the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This program saw over 100 students engaged in shade house farming, growing crops such as broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, and romaine and iceberg lettuce, products that previously we had to import. Through this initiative, sir, over 16 metric tons of high-value vegetables were produced. At the end of 2022, 120 shade houses were constructed to support the production of these crops, of these and similar crops, I should say. We rolled out a fresh flower project, which saw the production of 2,551 roses, while creating employment and generating income for single parents.
Excellent, excellent. President,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in fact, this unique blend prescribed by my medical advisor, I'm proud to say, sir, comprises good quality water, Guyanese water, and locally produced, and in fact, locally produced honey from a Guyanese Amerindian community. Guyanese Amerindian honey, it's water and honey. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, an amount of $200 million is budgeted for the expansion of the Agriculture, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Program, with the aim of engaging a further 100 new young agri-entrepreneurs and increasing the production of these high-value crops by 50%. Agro-processing. The agro-processing sector is a critical element of government's push for enhanced food security and broad-based sustainable economic growth. Through adding value to primary production, agro-processing not only helps to improve household agricultural income, but also enhances potential for growth in export earnings. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, agri-business incubators were established in Parika, Fort Wellington, St. Ignatius, and Watuka. The procurement of equipment for the agro-processing and packaging facilities at Sophia, Parika, and Mabaruma was advanced. Moreover, notable progress was made on the establishment of new processing facilities at Whitewater Creek and Charity, both of which are expected to be commissioned this quarter. Mr. Speaker, our government will invest in new agro-processing facilities in Crabwood Creek and Oriala. We will construct a new cold storage facility in Bartica. And we will procure two new refrigerated trucks to support transport of inputs and agro-products. Agro-processors will also benefit from the establishment of another Guyana shop and a marketing information center in Bartica. Moreover, sir, the regional food hub, which will form an anchor, one of the major anchors of our agriculture and business strategy for the sector, and to which I referred earlier, will provide strong impetus to agro-processing, value-added food production, and market access. Mr. Speaker, the livestock sector is vital to government's plans for enhanced food security, economic growth, and farm incomes. Mr. Speaker, we embarked on a series of initiatives in the livestock sector, including the Blackbelly Sheep Program, which saw a commitment from the government of Barbados to supply Guyana with 1,000 Blackbelly sheep, the procurement of 65 breeding bulls, and distribution of $581.9 million in cash grants to 6,991 livestock farmers. We are encouraging private investment. Sir, I hear our colleagues on that side of the house saying Guyana is more advanced than who and more advanced than who. It is that arrogance, it is that very arrogance of the APNUAFC, thinking that they were more superior to everybody, that placed them where they're sitting today. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we will continue to support the industry by undertaking investments to help improve the quality of milk and milk products through better sanitation and hygiene practices, improve mutton variety and production, establish a biosecured small ruminant meat breeding facility, and invest in a broiler breeding facility which will reduce dependence on imported hatching eggs. For fisheries and aquaculture, Mr. Speaker, since assuming office, we reversed, as I said earlier, licensing fees and taxes that were crippling the fishing industry. We distributed over $1 billion in cash grants to 7,518 fisher folk. We rolled out a $221 million program to improve wharves and landing sites. And to improve coordination and consultation with the sector, we facilitated the creation of a multi-stakeholder aquaculture committee. We invested in developing marine cage culture and 33 brackish water shrimp farms. We upgraded the Satyadeo Saw aquaculture station, and we completed training for 424 persons in aquaculture. To develop marine cage fishing culture, we have established 5 fishing cages in Kapui and Lake Mainstay villages. And an additional 53 cages will be operationalized during 2023. Mr. Speaker, to finance the expansion of brackish water shrimp farms and to establish Vaname shrimp farms in 2023, an amount totaling $349.6 million is budgeted for this sector. Drainage and irrigation. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we completed D&I works across the country at a total cost of $19.1 billion, including in areas such as Kamuni, Warimina, Truly Island, Cane Grove, Blackbush Polder, and Good Intent. We procured over 100 tractor-driven pumps. We commissioned $125 million in machinery. We fulfilled a long-standing demand to begin dredging the Pomeroon River, and we advanced works on the construction and rehabilitation of pump stations at Cottage, Blackbush Polder, Canal Number 1, A-Line Sluice, Charity, and Koja. Mr. Speaker, we commenced work on the design studies for replicas of the historic Hope Canal drainage system. These Hope-like canals will realize at-scale solutions for regions, for the drainage challenges and the flooding problems confronted by regions 3, 5, and 6. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, this budget provides a sum of $19.7 billion to upgrade the D&I systems countrywide. Farmers and residents of Metamere Zorg, Jimbo Grove, Bellevue, and Letterkenny will be direct beneficiaries of new pump stations that will be constructed in these areas. Expanding agriculture, as Minister Jill says. D&I upgrades will also benefit farmers and residents across the country, including those at Amazon, Adams Creek, Dambaklis, Golden Grove, Buxton, and Bellamy Creek.
Even Buxton is involved.
Sustainable tourism. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, tourism the world over was challenged by the evolving COVID-19 pandemic. We effectively navigated the sector through this hurdle, marketing Guyana as first of all, of course, protecting Guyana and the Guyanese people from the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, and marketing Guyana as a competitive world-class destination with an incomparable sustainable tourism product. Sir, while global prospects indicate an anticipated increase or an estimated increase of 65% in arrivals in 2022 when compared to 2021, initial estimates for Guyana have recorded an 83.9% increase in arrivals in 2022 over 2021, well above the global average. Mr. Speaker, airlift expansion for the sector remains a priority, with demand being so strong that current service providers are unable to meet that demand, a fact that I believe many of us are well aware of, and the traveling public of Guyana and our diaspora are painfully aware of. To this end, to help to ameliorate this challenge, we successfully concluded arrangements to allow British Airways to commence operations in March 2023 with twice weekly flights on a 332-seater, let me say that again, on a 332-seater aircraft. In addition, in February of this year, Fly Always will commence twice weekly flights to Barbados using a 70-seater aircraft, adding to their existing Guyana, Suriname, and Guyana, Cuba routes. Moreover, we are expecting that an additional service will be introduced on the Guyana-Canada route before the end of the first quarter. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2022, our room capacity stood at 3,200 rooms, even as preparations are underway to welcome increased visitors to our shores. Construction has commenced on an AC Marriott at Ogle, a 4-point Sheraton in Houston. Both of those will offer 150 rooms upon completion. An additional 140 rooms are expected to be available at the Marriott Courtyard at Timeri, 350 to 500 rooms at Pasha Global right here in Liliendal, and the Aden by Best Western Hotel at Robb Street will add another 101 rooms to current capacity. All private investors coming to invest in Guyana since the return to office by the People's Progressive Party Civic. Mr. Speaker, I invite our colleagues on that side of the House to point to a single hotel. I'm not asking for 5 or 10. A single hotel. As a matter of fact, we will settle for a half of a hotel that was opened during their 5 years of misrule and mismanagement, of incompetence and ineptitude. Mr. Speaker, during the cricket carnival period, Over 200.
Yes, we saved it.
Mr. Speaker, I now hear our colleagues on that side of the House proclaiming that their crowning achievement in tourism was apparently to save a hotel that was built by the People's Progressive Party. Congratulations for that crowning achievement, evidently the pride and joy of your 5-year tenure. Mr. Speaker, during the cricket carnival period, over 250 bed and breakfast rooms were inspected and conditionally approved for visitor use. Mr. Speaker, event-based tourism will continue to play a major role in Guyana's product offering through the hosting of such events as CPL, Caribbean Premier League 2022, and as you know, we won the right to host the CPL finals for 3 years. Cricket Carnival, which featured a vast number of events and activities and provided an unprecedented fillip to the local tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, our tourism sector would clearly benefit given how poised it is for rapid expansion from a larger pool of skilled personnel. This year, or rather, over the last 2 years, we executed various hospitality and tourism-related training programs to over 3,500 persons. However, our capacity to deliver formal training and world-class certification will receive a significant fillip with the completion of the Hospitality Institute. This institute will have the capacity to train 2,500 persons annually, putting those 2,500 persons, sir, into gainful employment. These and other programs will further solidify Destination Guyana as a globally recognized brand. Business process outsourcing. Mr. Speaker, in alignment with our diversification agenda and commitment to create 50,000 jobs during this term of office, we continue to support and foster the expansion of the BPO industry. This industry has vast potential to create substantial employment and has already recorded tremendous success in bringing women into the workforce. It also provides important training and skills that are transferable across other areas in the economy. Regrettably, this vision was replaced by short-sightedness and deliberate callous action by the previous administration. One of many consequences of which was, of course, the closure of a then growing call center in Linden. Mr. Speaker, since we returned to office, over 1,800 new BPO jobs have been created.
Progress.
The shuttered call center was reopened in Linden, and it has already employed more than 100 young Lindeners. Mr. Speaker, this was followed by the establishment of another call center, again by the private sector, which commenced operations in Essequibo. In 2023, a total of 4 new call centers are targeted for Essequibo and Berbice. This intervention is expected to increase employment in this industry by 800, with the potential to scale up to 1,600. Our government will continue to be engaged with the industry to make Guyana a preferred destination for investors operating BPOs. Small business support. Mr. Speaker, the local small business sector is, in Guyana, as it is in many places, an integral part of the national developmental thrust. Small businesses are essential to ensure a diversified and resilient economy, and of course play an extremely important role in securing livelihoods for thousands of householders. Over the last 2 years, we have supported through the Small Business Bureau, small business development, including through a suite of initiatives such as provision of grants, collateral guarantee programs, specialized training, etc. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we have allocated $584.2 million to the Small Business Bureau and the Small Business Development Fund. This, of course, is in addition to the extensive range of support in place in the respective sector support programs such as agriculture, tourism, youth, and women, all supporting small businesses and young entrepreneurs countrywide. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, of the amount stated, a sum of $300 million is budgeted for the Small Business Development Fund to continue assisting small entrepreneurs. We will also, sir, recognizing the constraints faced by many small businesses in relation to finding adequate and suitable space from which to operate, we have already embarked on the construction of industrial estates and business incubator centers at key locations countrywide. To this end, notwithstanding some delays in logistics and acquiring imported equipment, the business incubator centers at Letham and Belvedere, in regions 9 and 6 respectively, are expected to be fully operationalized in 2023. These will result in the creation of over 400 jobs. They will provide direct and indirect services aimed primarily to boost agro-processing output. And they're expected to generate revenues through rental of office space, training facilities, and importantly, sir, shopfront pods for 48 small businesses to sell their goods and services. Once piloted and found to be successful, this model will be replicated countrywide. To this end, sir, in a bid to further expand available land for industrial and business development, $327.8 million has been allocated in 2023 to continue development works in Amelia's ward and commence works for the establishment of a new industrial estate in Region 2.
Amelia's ward in Midland,
Turning, sir, to transformational infrastructure.
I think Ganesh likes it.
No, I don't want Ganesh like him. I don't want him like him.
It's just to avoid the scandalous comments that are coming from that side of the House.
Scandalous.
I'm pleased to announce that it is over-the-counter cough syrup prescribed in very strict measure by a properly licensed medical practitioner. On energy expansion and diversification. Mr. Speaker, the strides that we are making to catapult Guyana into the 21st century are seriously constrained by the lack of reliable, affordable, and environmentally sustainable energy. For decades, ordinary consumers and businesses alike have been complaining about the state of our aged and ailing power supply system and the inability of GPL's power generation, transmission, and distribution capacity to meet present and, worse yet, future needs. Industrial and business activity have been affected and constrained. Mr. Speaker, our government has crafted, had the Amila Falls project not been maliciously derailed by the APNU AFC, this problem would have been solved 5 years ago. And today, Guyana would have been harvesting 156 megawatts of power from Amila. Every day, every night when the Guyanese people face a blackout, they are reminded that Amila could have been generating power today if the APNU AFC had not colluded to frustrate and derail that project. Mr. Speaker, we have crafted, sir, an energy matrix that looks well beyond today's needs and which will cater for strong forecasted future demand. More importantly, our energy matrix is a careful study that addresses immediate short-term interventions and transformational medium to long-term initiatives. Mr. Speaker, GPL is examining options for boosting its short-term generation needs through the acquisition of an additional 50 megawatts of firm generating capacity. Additionally, sir, 413 kilometers of new distribution lines and feeders, a new 69 kV transmission line from Kingston to Sophia and from Edinburgh to Hydroni, new and rehabilitated substations at Hydroni, Sophia, Columbia, Canefield, and number 53 Village, and the replacement of 320 inefficient transformers will all be realized in 2023. Looking to our medium and long-term needs, sir, and in keeping with our manifesto promise to produce more than 200 megawatts of electricity from natural gas, our government has signed a contract for the construction of the integrated natural gas liquids plant and the 300 megawatt combined cycle gas turbine power plant within the Wales development zone. This represents the single largest investment made in the electricity sector and the single largest engineering procurement and construction contract ever undertaken. This project will directly cut emissions by 70%, as well as trigger a series of major economic development initiatives in Guyana, as energy costs will be significantly reduced and are expected indeed to be halved. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, $24.6 billion was paid to meet startup costs associated with this transformative project. To advance the construction of this plant and its associated facilities, Budget 2023 includes an allocation of $43.3 billion. In the area of hydropower, I have already, sir, referred to the Amila Falls project. We will relaunch the request for proposals for this project with a view to restarting it and ultimately realizing it. Still in pursuit of our renewables objectives, works are being initiated for the construction of a 1.5 megawatt hydropower facility at Kumu, rehabilitation and upgrade of the 700 kilowatt Maka Maka hydropower plant. Both of those are expected to be completed in 2024. Mr. Speaker, we commissioned a 1 megawatt solar farm in Letem in 2022. Work advanced on another 1.5 megawatt solar farm in Bartica and a 0.75 megawatt farm in Wakanam. Looking ahead, we have launched the tender for the completion of a total of 33 megawatts of solar PV systems to be connected to the GPL power system. and at Linden, comprising, sir, 5 megawatts at Underneeming, 3 megawatts at Charity, 4 megawatts at Trafalgar, 3 megawatts at Prospect, 3 megawatts at Underneeming, 3 megawatts at Charity, 4 megawatts at Trafalgar, 3 megawatts at Prospect, 3 megawatts at Hampshire, 4 megawatts at Block 37, Millie's Hideout, 8 megawatts at Retrieve, and 3 megawatts at Dakota. Mr. Speaker, these interventions will displace the use of fossil fuel. They will contribute to climate change mitigation through the reduction of CO2 emissions. And very importantly, sir, they are financed by resources earned by Guyana under the original LCDS, piloted through the Guyana Red Plus Investment Fund, and funds which were parked and abandoned for 5 years, left sitting idle for 5 years by the APN UAFC. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the vision to reduce our carbon footprint, we installed 36,520 LED lights for residents and businesses in Linden, Wackenham, Leg 1, and Bartica. Mr. Speaker, in preparation for the major investments that we're making in power generation, and in particular to prepare GPL to be the off-taker of the gas-to-power project and of Amila, we are investing heavily in resilient T&D infrastructure in order to be able to distribute and deliver this electricity. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to transport infrastructure.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are few aspects of contemporary life in which Guyana's ongoing transformation is more visible than in the area of transport infrastructure. To put it mildly, our transport infrastructure is being expanded and upgraded at a pace that has never been seen before.
Never before.
At a pace that has never been seen before in the entire history of this country.
Never before.
The results are visible changes to the physical landscape and in particular to our transport networks. Several projects are either at an advanced stage of implementation or are poised for takeoff this year. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, an amount of $67.9 billion was expended to further improve our road connectivity across the 10 regions. Of this, $39.8 billion was expended under the miscellaneous urban and hinterland roads programs for the construction, upgrading, and rehabilitation of roads in our coastal and hinterland communities, and $27.8 billion was spent on construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of bridges. Mr. Speaker, allow me to list some of the key road and bridge projects that are either underway or will soon be underway, primarily, sir, for the purposes of illustrating the vastness of what is being undertaken in the sector.
Go ahead, Ash.
In pursuit of the objective of linking and integrating with our hemispheric neighbors to the east and the south, Suriname and Brazil, which will open up new economic opportunities and improve the ease and reduce the cost of moving people and goods. We have, one, engaged with our Surinamese counterparts on the construction of the Currentine River Bridge. We are forging ahead with the construction of the access road on the Guyana side, and you would have seen announcements made by Minister Edgehill just, I believe, a day or two ago in relation to the haste with which we wish to proceed to get that project completed. In relation to the bridge across the river, a contract was signed to undertake preliminary studies. 6 international companies have been invited to submit pre-qualification documentation, and 5 have been shortlisted for the construction of the bridge. Moving southwards, we have commenced construction with the Linden to Mabura Hill Road. In fact, a project that was languishing, and one of the first things that we did when we returned to office was to secure its approval by the Caribbean Development Bank and proceed to secure its implementation. Sir, we have commenced construction of the Linden to Mabura Hill Road. Works are already ongoing on the first phase of the highway to link Linden to Lethem, as well as the construction of 45 concrete bridges along the route, with planned acceleration in 2023. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $11.9 billion is budgeted in 2023 to advance this historic project. Mr. Speaker, we are also committed to linking our major urban, rural, and hinterland communities to provide easy, safe, and reliable access. To this end, we are engaged in the following: upgrading and widening the Currentine Highway from Palmyra to Crabwood Creek to a full 4-lane highway.
4-lane on the Currentine.
Contracts have already been awarded for the widening of the structures along the carriageway to accommodate a 4-lane highway and to relocate the utilities. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $27.7 billion is allocated in Budget 2023 to advance this project.
Yes.
Upgrade of the East Coast Railway Embankment Road into a 4-lane highway from Sherry Street to Orange Nassau, and continuing to the Mahaica River Bridge, and continuation of the existing East Coast Highway from Belfield to Orange Nassau, and constructing a second high-capacity bridge across the Hope Canal. Mr. Speaker, financing has already been secured, procurement has been advanced, surveys have commenced, and construction will intensify in 2023. An amount of $16.6 billion is allocated for this project in Budget 2023. Upgrade of the East Bank Highway from Prospect to Timeri. Preparatory works have started, including the clearing of the right-of-way between Diamond and Good Success, and construction of an alternate bypass road between through Diamond and Grove. Here again, financing has been secured. Construction works will commence in 2023, and Budget 2023 allocates $4.1 billion for this critical project. Construction of the East Coast to East Bank Road linkage from Ogle to Eccles. This will be the first phase of a 4-lane highway intended ultimately to link the east coast of Demerara and the Soesdijk-Linden Highway. Works are already ongoing and will be accelerated in 2023, and Budget 2023 provides an amount of $10.3 billion to advance this project. Rehabilitation of the Linden to Soesdijk Highway. Preparatory works have commenced. Financing has been secured, and construction will commence in 2023. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 provides an amount of $5 billion to advance this project. Construction of a 4-lane highway from Meerzorgen to Schoonard, phase 1, and Schoonard to Crane, phase 2. Work has already commenced. And phase 3, Crane to Parika, is currently under review and is likely to commence late in 2023 also. Construction of the Wisma Bridge. This is a new bridge across the Demerara River at Wisma to replace the existing old bridge and provide synergy with the Linden to Mabura corridor and onwards to Lethem, thereby generating economic and commercial activity in Linden. Negotiations regarding financing are already well advanced. Construction of the Kurpakari Crossing Bridge. This replaces the current river crossing pontoon. Here again, negotiations on financing are well advanced. Mr. Speaker, we are advancing the network of secondary roads that link villages, communities, and towns to ease congestion and create alternative routes to our primary highways. Let me, with your permission, sir, give a few examples that are visible and there for all to see. Construction of the new Maka to Diamond Interlink Road. This project was completed in 2021, designs having been prepared and left in the Ministry of Housing when we demitted office in 2015. Designs that were left languishing, causing commuters on the East Bank to suffer and lose tens of thousands of person hours. Mr. Speaker, immediately on your return to office, His Excellency the President resurrected this project, initiated it, and completed it. Today, sir, the Maka to Diamond Interlink Road is there for all to see. Sir, construction of a 4-lane highway from Mandela Avenue to Eccles in a beautiful, well-designed, a beautifully engineered roundabout. This project was completed in 2022 and facilitates the reduction of traffic congestion along the East Bank corridor. Upgraded the Sherry Street to Mandela Avenue Road. After re-engaging fresh negotiations with the contractor following issues that stalled the project under the previous government, works recommenced and were substantially completed in 2022. Today, sir, commuters traverse in much comfort and safety on this modern thoroughfare, facilitating business activity once again returning to the street that never sleeps. Additionally, we've invested in several farm-to-market access roads that open vast new lands for productive endeavors and link markets to commercial and industrial activities. These include the Parika to Goshen Road, and the Sand Hills to Macquarie link. Already, works are well advanced on the clearing of the alignment, coupled with other preliminary activities. Works will continue in 2023, for which purpose Budget 2023 provides over $500 million. Construction of the number 52 and number 58 farm-to-market roads. These are intended to open in excess of 40,000 acres of arable agricultural land. Construction of the Aichuni to Takama Road in the intermediate savannas, to which I've referred earlier, to support the agricultural ventures in corn and soybean. Budget 2023 allocates a sum of $218 million to move this project forward. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. I will only mention two other major transformative projects that are worthy of special highlight. Construction of the new Demerara River Bridge the first high-span 4-lane permanent hybrid concrete and cable stayed structure. 4 lanes. Preparatory works have commenced with an aggressive work program to advance construction in 2023. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, $5.2 billion is allocated. Finally, sir, construction of an ocean-going vessel to ply the Georgetown to Northwest route, bringing long overdue relief to commuters on that route. The ferry has been completed. It has departed India en route to Guyana, and it is expected to arrive in Port Georgetown early this year. An amount of $675 million is allocated in budget 2023. Mr. Speaker, recognizing how critical local community roads and streets are to facilitate ease of access and quality of life for our citizens, we have embarked on a major upgrade of community roads. To this end, a total of $41.2 billion was spent in 2022. In 2023, we have budgeted a further $38.5 billion to construct, rehabilitate, and maintain community roads, particularly in underserved and previously neglected areas. In the hinterland, $3.4 billion was spent in 2022 on the upgrading of critical roads. We have now budgeted an additional $5 billion for road works in such areas as Moruca, Port Kaituma, Isano, the North Pacaraimas, and Botakari, and elsewhere, of course. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, amounts totaling $136.1 billion have been allocated to enhance our roads and bridges network across the country, including, of course, the transformative projects mentioned above. I turn to air transport infrastructure. It goes without saying, sir, that hinterland airstrips are critical to facilitate ease of access. And last year, we expended $600 million towards airstrips in places like Gletem, Baramita, Paramakatoy, and Kaichor. And having commenced several of these projects in 2022, it's anticipated, sir, in 2023, that 3 airstrips, Etteringbang, Karisparo, and Nikiriku Bottom, will be completed during the first half of this year. And Budget 2023 has allocated an amount of $1.6 billion for their completion, and at the same time, for the rehabilitation of other airstrips such as Parima, Imbaimadai, and Matthews Ridge, and the maintenance of airstrips in other locations. River transport, I've already referred, sir, to the new ocean-going vessel that will be plying the Georgetown to Northwest routes. Last year, we invested in rehabilitating and dry docking a number of vessels, the MV Mbarima, Macauria, Sabanto, and Kanawan. We commenced work on the ML Thompson, ML David P. Simang. Is that named after the former minister?
Yes.
I didn't realize that. It looked suspiciously familiar.
That's why it's so bad.
ML David P., named after the incumbent minister at the time, Simang and Split Barge. This year, sir, a further $2 billion is allocated to improve the operation of our sea and river transport fleet, including the dry docking of the Sandaka. Mr. Speaker, we will also be rehabilitating stellings And in 2023, an amount of $1.7 billion is budgeted to rehabilitate stellings, including those at Comaka, Morawana, Port Kaituma, the Goods Wharf at Kingston, Rosignol, New Amsterdam, and Bartica. To support and augment our river transport fleet, a new pilot launch was acquired in 2022 at a cost of approximately $500 million. In 2023, we will enhance our undersea surveying and mapping activities by acquiring a multi-beam sonar with accessory software. We will be acquiring a tug to support our navigational needs, and we will construct and rehabilitate several navigational aids in the Demerara River and Mora Passage. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $1 billion is budgeted for these initiatives. Sea and river defenses. It goes without saying that we face an existential threat from coastal and riverine inundation. Much has been said about this already.
We can end it up north.
Sir, perhaps if His Excellency President Granger had seen it fit to extend the privilege of ministerial office to now opposition leader, we might have also had a barge called the ML Aubrey M. Mr. Speaker, turning to sea and river defense. We have already undertaken interventions across various areas. I will not list all of them in the interest of time, because I still have much to say. Suffice it to say, sir, that in 2023, the budget provides an amount of $4.9 billion allocated towards the protection and preservation of our sea and river defenses. And the riprap sea defense structures will be undertaken in areas such as Abramzul, Anna Katrina, Zeeburg, Better Hope, Belvedere, Joppa, Eversham, and Spikeland. I turn now, sir, to our social sector. First, investing in our people. Mr. Speaker, this House has frequently considered and debated the state of the health sector that was inherited in 2020, a sector that was woefully ill-prepared to contain the proliferation of the COVID-19 virus. Sir, since returning to office, we have resolved to deliver world-class health care. And to this end, $74.5 billion was expended for healthcare delivery in 2022. I am now pleased to announce that Budget 2023 allocates a total of $84.9 billion for the sector. Let me address, first of all, facilities, equipment, and drugs, pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, we have announced preparatory work for the construction of 6 modern regional hospitals and a state-of-the-art, world-class pediatric and maternal hospital. In 2022, an amount of $11.9 billion was paid as mobilization advance and preparatory work, including site preparation. Additionally, in 2022, sir, we completed the retrofitting of the Festival City Polyclinic. We spent $1 billion on the upgrade of existing infrastructure across, in total, 258 health facilities in all of the regions, all with the aim of improving quality of care and patient experience. In 2023, we will witness a sharp and rapid positive transformation of infrastructure in the healthcare system. Let me give a few examples. First, advanced infrastructure works for the pediatric and maternal hospital and the 6 regional hospitals to which I've just referred. Mr. Speaker, an amount of $13.1 billion is allocated for those projects. Commence the rehabilitation, expansion and reconstruction of the Georgetown, New Amsterdam and Linden hospitals, as well as 4 telemedicine centers in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9. The former provide well-known critical service to our most populated urban centers. The latter are intended to be modern facilities that will deploy ICT-based technology, computer-based technology, to facilitate real-time remote diagnosis and treatment, thereby bringing modern healthcare to remote indigenous communities and remote indigenous populations. An amount of $1.8 billion is allocated in Budget 2023 for that. Complete the design for and commence construction of the Bartica Regional Hospital. An amount of $830 million is allocated in Budget 2023 for that purpose. Retrofitting and upgrading health centers, health posts, and other facilities across the country, here again to further improve patient experience. An amount of $1 billion is allocated in Budget 2023 for that. Construct and rehabilitate health science training facilities in regions 2 and 6. An amount of $620 million is allocated for that. Upgrade the Karasabai, Anai, and Sand Creek health centers into district hospitals. Providing radiology and laboratory services, an amount of $237 million is provided for that in Budget 2023. Mr. Speaker, we recognize too the importance of upgrading our stock of medical and non-medical equipment. We spent $2.1 billion in 2022 to upgrade the equipment fleet of our public health care system. We will spend a further $2.5 billion purchasing medical equipment for our medical facilities. In relation to materials management, storage, and supply management of pharmaceuticals, we are investing in increases in storage capacity. We are investing in increases in storage capacity, improving storage conditions for cold chain products, providing decentralized training of pharmacy assistants for more effective pharmaceutical supply management. And in 2023, sir, we aim to fulfill over 80% of all requests made for drugs and medical supplies. Mr. Speaker, we should mention, of course, human resource capacity. Because with the building out of these facilities, and in particular the development of capabilities in the hinterland regions, we want to make sure that we have the HR capacity to meet the needs of this new and expanded system. Let me focus, sir, in particular on the hinterland. Last year, we deployed an additional 52 doctors and 53 nurses to augment the existing complement in the hinterland regions. For the first time in recent years, I'm advised, sir, that the residents of Whitewater, Shulinab, and Monkey Mountain can now visit a resident doctor in their respective villages. In addition to the investment in health sciences training facilities, over $500 million is allocated this year for the training of healthcare professionals. Non-communicable diseases. In 2022, we ramped up our screening capabilities and surpassed our target, screening 27,000 persons for major non-communicable diseases. In 2023, we aim to achieve 50,000. We completed or substantially completed the Lusignan Diabetic Clinic That clinic is going to be operationalized in the first quarter of this year, providing critical care for diabetic patients. We have expanded our public communication and education campaigns on lifestyle disease, and we'll be doing more of this in 2023. Mr. Speaker, in the area of mental health, which also falls under this category, as is managed under the same program in the Ministry of Health. Last year, we successfully piloted two important pieces of legislation: the Suicide Prevention Act and the Mental Health Protection and Promotion Act. Works advanced on the expansion of the mental health ward at GPHC. Once completed, this will increase capacity and service delivery capabilities. And in 2023, we have budgeted additional resources for rehabilitation works at the National Psychiatric Hospital, and we are currently at an advanced stage of exploring options for further expansion, modernization, and upgrading of that facility. On communicable diseases, sir, we have budgeted a sum of $88 million for the procurement of an additional consignment of long-lasting insecticidal bed nets to defend over 132,000 persons against malaria. In tuberculosis management, we conducted 5,275 tests in 2022, and we're going to be ramping up even further our testing activity in 2023. Maternal and child health, I've already referred to the world-class pediatric hospital. In 2022, we completed a maternal waiting home at Maruka. This is functional. A home at Cato and the maternity ward at New Amsterdam are advanced and are expected to be operationalized this year. And a maternal waiting home at Mabaruma is also expected to be completed this year. Mr. Speaker, these investments will help to reduce maternal mortality, which currently stands at an estimated 112 per 100,000 at the end of 2022, a statistic that we would like to reduce, and ideally reduce and completely eliminate. Reducing this will, of course, be further aided, sir, by the training of 29 traditional birth attendants in regions 1 and 9, the purchase of over $250 million of related equipment funded in Budget 2023, and expanded training of healthcare providers in family planning. In 2023, we will launch a number of initiatives, including one that aims at expectant mothers in the hinterland having at least one ultrasound and being visited at least once by an obstetrician during her pregnancy. And we will roll out nationwide for new mothers screening for postpartum depression, all as part of improving maternal and child, the quality and range of depth and range of services we provide in the maternal and child care space. Turning, sir, to education, our government is committed, of course, to fulfilling our manifesto promise of increasing access to education for all, including universal primary and secondary education, increased access to tertiary education and technical and vocational education, and of course, raising quality across the entire system. This is, of course, with the aim of ensuring that young Guyanese are equipped with the skills that are needed in the world of today and in the economy of today and tomorrow, and also to ensure that the new and emerging economy is able to draw from a labor market, from a pool of skilled labor, able to meet the needs of this new and emerging economy. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we invested $72.8 billion in the education sector. In 2023, a sum of $94.4 billion is allocated to further improve access to and quality of education, improving performance across all levels. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of the impact that the pandemic had on our performance, the performance of our students. We, of course, adopted and are adopting innovative strategies to fill that learning gap. We recognize that curriculum reform is a key component of delivering quality education. We have worked on developing new curricula for nursery and primary levels. We'll be rolling these out in 2023 and providing training on their implementation. Turning, sir, to infrastructure. In pursuit of our objective of improving access to education, we must ensure that there are sufficient schools to house all learners in all 10 regions of our country.
Doing it.
In recognition of this, a comprehensive school mapping exercise has been launched and is expected to be completed in the first half of 2023. We acknowledge that school infrastructure, particularly in the hinterland and riverine areas, poses some peculiar challenges. But we are committed to providing a quality learning environment for all students. And for this reason, the mapping exercise will clearly detail specific infrastructure enhancement needs for individual schools at all levels. The results of this exercise will inform immediate and long-term interventions regarding school building infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, construction works were completed at the Jawala and Vrijdslas Nursery School, the Swan and Etteringbank Primary Schools, and on the Anai Secondary School. For 2023, we will build, upgrade, and maintain educational facilities and other facilities, including nursery, primary and secondary schools in such areas as Hosorora, Potentia, Oriala, Prospect, Good Hope, Yarrowcabra, completing in some instances schools that are already underway, North Rheinfeld, and Diamond. And of course, like I said, the school mapping exercise will inform future decisions on locations of schools, both long-term and short-term intervention. We will also, sir, commence the construction of facilities to house the students of the displaced students of St. George's and Christchurch secondary schools. Additionally, we will take actions to provide short-term accommodation where there is overcrowding, and in such places where solutions such as the shift system have been deployed to overcome the problem of overcrowding. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, in budget 2023, an amount of $12.4 billion is allocated to improve education expenditure. Improving access through cash transfers. Mr. Speaker, I've already alluded to the reintroduction of the Because We Care cash grant, which has provided an effective means to support families of school-age children to improve attendance. This initiative saw a total cash transfer of $5.9 billion to the families of over 196,000 school-age children, including those attending private schools. School feeding. We will continue the rollout of the National School Feeding Program, providing juice and biscuits, breakfast and hot meals to over 85,000 pupils. And Budget 2023 allocates a sum of $2.1 billion for the National School Feeding Program. Textbooks. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our commitment of delivering universal education again, we have emphasized the need to ensure that each child has access to adequate learning resources. In 2022, over $1.4 billion in textbooks were procured. Budget 2023, I am pleased to announce, provides allocations totaling $3.4 billion to procure textbooks for use at primary and secondary levels. Reforming teachers' training. Mr. Speaker, we intend to have all teachers fully trained by 2025. The attainment of a trained teacher ratio of 100%. To this end, CPC, the Cyril Potter College of Education, has already started expanding intake and will continue to expand intake to accommodate approximately 2,000 trainees every year using a blended modality. Turning to tertiary education. Over the last 2 years, 6,100 students graduated from the University of Guyana, providing much needed skills in the workforce. In 2023, an amount of $3.7 billion is allocated for the management and expansion of operations at the University of Guyana, Turkine, and Berbice campuses. Additionally, sir, still on tertiary education, we have seen already the remarkable success of the Gold Scholarship Program, which has already awarded, since its introduction in 2021, nearly 14,000 scholarships. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 allocates a sum of $1.8 billion for the Gold Scholarship Program.
We will exceed the 20,000.
Catering for 8,555 new students and 1,047 continuing students. By that measure alone, sir, in 2023, we would have already delivered a target that we had set ourselves for 2025.
20,000.
Promises delivered. Technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that TVET is extremely important. Technical skills are needed, particularly given the direction in which our economy is going. We've already invested heavily in TVET. We spent $2.1 billion to increase training programs offered by our TVET training institutions in 2022. We trained approximately 3,655 persons under these programs. We have started work to improve the quality of the training, revising the curriculum to align the delivery with the Caribbean Vocational Qualification Standards, CVQ as they're known, and adding 9 courses to the CCP, Secondary Competence Certificate Program, including in such areas that are particularly needed in the new and emerging sectors, in the sectors that require particularly specialized skills, things like crop production, mechanical engineering, electrical technology, mechanical technology, and so on. And many of these people are now employed in our emergent oil and gas sector and in the contractors to the operators in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, works are progressing on the construction of practical instruction centers at Betavawacting, Fellowship, and Hope Town, and practical instructional departments at Northwest Secondary, Martica Secondary, and St. Ignatius Secondary. All of these are expected to be completed in 2023. Significantly, sir, work will commence in 2023 for the construction to commence of a Guyana Technical Training College at Port Morant. That, sir, will be the premier institution offering oil and gas training. It will incorporate the existing Port Morant Training School that has already produced generations of world-class technicians who are sought after worldwide. In addition to incorporating the Port Morant training, the existing Port Morant, incorporating and upgrading the existing Port Morant Training School, the National Oil and Gas Institute will be housed there, and the Tourism and Hospitality Institute will also be accommodated within that mega facility. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Industrial Training will continue its work to deliver TVET programs countrywide, and an amount of $488.5 million is allocated for BIT to advance its work. Importantly, because we would like to improve our capability to track the ultimate employment and career destinations of the persons we have trained under the TVET program. Tracer studies will be done to ensure that we are able to understand better the initial and ultimate career destinations, and therefore be better informed as we customize our program for new entrants. Mr. Speaker, in total in 2023, we have budgeted $2.5 billion for the TVET program. Turning now, sir, to housing. Turning, sir, now to housing. Mr. Speaker, successive People's Progressive Party governments have earned pride of place for our housing program. Where abandoned and neglected fields once existed, bustling and thriving communities go about their daily existence. Mr. Speaker, we are opening new lands. We are putting in place the requisite infrastructure. We are accelerating the allocation process. We are supporting those who require or prefer pre-built homes, and we are providing easier access to financing. In 2022, we spent $28.2 billion on the continuation of infrastructural works in new areas such as Underneeming, Charity, Leonora, Cummings Lodge, Great Diamond, Golden Grove, Numprel, Enterprise, Experiment, Williamsburg, Lethem, and Linden, realizing, sir, 10,430 serviced lots. And notably, sir, since we assumed office, this People's Progressive Party civic government has allocated more than 20,000 house lots in new and existing housing schemes, placing us firmly on target to achieve and exceed the distribution of 50,000 house lots during our first term of office. Mr. Speaker, we have diversified the housing solutions offered beyond house lots. To this end, housing development for young professionals is progressing with the completion of homes at Prospect. Work is ongoing on the construction of houses in, like I said, in Prospect and at Little Diamond, in Underneeming, Cummings Lodge and Amelia's Ward, Williamsburg and Hampshire that I mentioned earlier, and Amelia's Ward, Prospect, Ordnance Fortland, Great and Little Diamond, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the circumstances of deserving cases, we have created an innovative home ownership mechanism. We launched a home construction assistance program in collaboration with financial institutions that will provide loans to persons for the construction of their houses. To date, some 194 persons were pre-qualified and accessed loans. We established a cement and steel subsidy program to provide steel and cement to home builders constructing homes. In relation to 600 allottees in Region 9, we announced a grant of $1 million each to commence the construction of their homes in that new housing development. We'll be offering loans of up to $2 million at a rate of 3.5% under the Lethem Housing Support Initiative in collaboration with partners. To that end, over 258 persons have already pre-qualified, and the list goes on. Keeping, of course, a close eye on the future, and of course the changing preferences of the market, we enacted the Condominium Act in 2022. It will be recalled, sir, in this very chamber, that lays the foundation for alternative building solutions which are tried, tested, and proven in other markets, and for which we anticipate a new and emerging demand in Guyana, including, sir, from amongst our rapidly returning diaspora and expatriate community looking for single unit or smaller housing solutions. We will shortly be implementing, we are currently developing and will shortly be implementing, making a reality, a single window approval system for building permits to make it easier to navigate the process from land allocation to home construction. We recently signed a contract for the development of the IT platform. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 allocates the sum of $54.5 billion for housing development in new and existing areas. This will include the construction of roads, drains, bridges, installation of utilities. Areas will include Mabaruma, Oranok, Buxton St. Joseph, Stortville, Wackenham, Block A and B Hopes, Success, Baltiok, number 75 Village. Mr. Speaker, government will also undertake infrastructural works in regularized areas such as Charity, Tushan, Chateau Margaux, Block S, Sophia, Belvedere, and Amelia's Ward. And more lands will be acquired for new housing areas across the country. Water and sanitation. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to deliver on our promise to the population by improving and expanding the water supply systems across the country. Improving access and enhanced quality of water has positively impacted quality of life and overall public health. In this regard, we expended $9.9 billion in 2022, and Budget 2023 allocates $17.7 billion to improve the water sector. This will advance T&D networks and mains. In fact, we have already started expanding T&D networks and mains in several areas, including such as Richmond, Dartmouth, Parika, Hydroni, etc. I will not list all of them here again in the interest of time. We've already started work even in Georgetown with the distribution networks along Church Street to provide improved service quality and delivery to over 35% of the residents of Georgetown. This is the work that is being done from Shelter Belt to East Street. In 2023, we are going to be upgrading water transmission systems in a number of areas, including Port Royal, Virgin Nugent, Parfait, Harmony, Caledonia, and Cummings Lodge. New wells will be constructed in Underneeming, Lima, Central Rhymeveld, Cummings Lodge, Caledonia, and Amelia's Wards, to name a few, in the hinterland and riverine communities, because we want to ensure the delivery of potable water to our hinterland and riverine communities. We drilled 15 wells in we have drilled already 15 wells in a number of areas, and we will continue that work. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the hinterland's access to potable water supply has now increased to 75%, up from 46% at the end of 2020, and we are on track to achieving 100% by 2025. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, sums totaling $1.4 billion will be spent on the further upgrade and extension of water supply systems and construction of wells in several hinterland communities. Still on water, but this time on water quality and service, we target an increase in treated water coverage for the coastland from 52% currently to 90% by 2025. With this target in mind, we have already upgraded water treatment plants. In 2022, we did work at Covent Garden, Grove, and Eccles, benefiting more than 60,000 residents. We will advance work in 2023 on the construction of 7 new water treatment plants at Underneeming, Parika, Wales, Parfait Harmony, Caledonia, Cummings Lodge, and Bachelor's Adventure. Further, 12 water treatment plants located at various major population centers: Virgin Nugent, Fellowship, Port Drawing, Eccles, Covent Garden, Grove, Better Hope, Mon Repos, Friendship, Cotton Tree, New Amsterdam, and Port Brant will be rehabilitated. Water treatment plants will also be constructed at Charity to Walton Hall, Legwan, Wickenham, Bushlot and Tain to number 50 Village. These interventions will improve water quality for more than 250,000 residents at a total cost of $13 billion provided for in budget 2023. Sanitation, Mr. Speaker, we've aggressively pursued the implementation of a solid waste management program that results in timely and safe collection and disposal of garbage. We've prioritized continuous community cleanup and maintenance programs and the operation and upgrading of Hags Bosch sanitary landfill site and others in various localities, including Rose Hall, Bellevue, Lethem, and Lusignan. In 2022, a total of $1.4 billion was spent towards solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 provides an amount of $1.9 billion to support infrastructural development, the operation of existing and additional landfill sites, and for the solid waste cleanup program. Provision is made for the facility, the access road and bridge at Blairmont, the closure of dump sites in Charity, Lima, and the Edward, further upgrades and construction of stormwater ponds and a landfill gas management system at Hags Bosch, and upgrades to landfill sites at Kildonan, Mount Success, and Caracara. Culture and the arts. Mr. Speaker, even as our government undertakes a physical transformation of our country, we consider it of equal importance that the moment be seized to harness and fortify our rich cultural diversity. Indeed, the preservation and promotion of our unique Guyanese cultural identity will be essential to the definition of who we are as a nation, both now and in the long term. Additionally, of course, it's important that we recognize the vast economic potential of our cultural assets, and that our young people view cultural endeavors as a viable and attractive. Mr. Speaker, I referred earlier to our hosting of CPL Cricket Carnival, where we partnered with the private sector, created a stage for 89 local artists to showcase their abundant talents. And in 2023, we will, of course, repeat this. We also launched the studio subsidy for recording, which will be issued in 2023. Provisions are also made for a recording studio to aid in the promotion of creative arts. And Mr. Speaker, in 2023, also 30 artists will receive cultural and creative industry grants of $1 million each to support their creative venture, expanding our national cultural inventory. Mr. Speaker, we have budgeted $1.4 billion to directly support culture and arts in Guyana, including $100 million towards the Endowment Fund for the Arts. Within this, $277 million has been allocated for the preservation of our cultural heritage sites, including monuments, museums, and historic buildings, amongst others, which will be upgraded and rehabilitated. Last year also heralded the return of the Guyana Prize for Literature after a hiatus of 6 years. And Mr. Speaker, in addition, we have budgeted within culture a sum of $100 million in Budget 2023 to support activities associated with the observance of the International Decade for People of African Descent. Turning, sir, to sports. On our assumption to office, our sport and recreational facilities across the country, like so many other things, were in a state of abject neglect. It was therefore no secret why Guyana could not have made substantial contributions to regional and international competitions. To address this travesty, our government gave specific commitments in our manifesto to upgrade sporting facilities and expand access to such facilities countrywide. Mr. Speaker, beyond CPL 2022, we saw at the regional level the return of the Inter-Guyana Games to these shores after a 5-year hiatus. We were able to upgrade in a public-private partnership the South Dakota circuit for motor racing. We partnered with the Guyana Football Federation and with Corporate Guyana on the One Guyana President's Cup, a football tournament, an inter-regional football tournament, which was launched and successfully executed and witnessed the remarkable footballing talent of our country being mobilized in a single competition and led to a significant increase in national and international exposure, including by the spotting of some talent by international talent scouts. Mr. Speaker, in order to promote community-level sporting activity, we've upgraded a total, since we assumed office, we have upgraded a total of 54 community grounds across regions 1 to 6 and 8 and 9. We have provided lights for grounds at 21 locations. We have conducted rehabilitation works at the National Stadium, and we have completed synthetic tracks in regions 6 and 10. Mr. Speaker, 2023 bodes even better and more brightly than 2022 for sport investment in Guyana. Provision has been set aside for the establishment of a National Cricket Academy, with the construction of the state-of-the-art stadium at Palmyra also slated for this year. Additionally, provision is made for other sports infrastructure and development, including construction of multi-purpose sporting facilities in the hinterland, rehabilitation works at the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall, construction of stands and grass mounds in regions 2 and 6, extension of the squash court at the National Racquet Center, and procurement of sports gear. In addition, sir, the sum of $250 million is budgeted for the continued improvement of community grounds across the country. And overall, sir, the sum of $4.3 billion has been allocated in Budget 2023 for the further development of sport. Youth. Needless to say, sir, our young people are the future of our country, and we are resolutely committed to investing in them to mold better, even sharper, and more creative young minds. In 2022, the President's Youth Advisory Council was launched to coincide with the International Day of the Youth. This body is tasked with sharing government's youth perspectives on matters such as education, mental health, constitutional reform, primary health care, and agriculture. In this way, we are able to ensure that their views, the views of our young people, are heard and carefully considered by government's policy-making architecture. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we made tremendous efforts to develop our youth through the Youth Entrepreneur and Skills Training Program. Tools and equipment were acquired, grants were distributed, an inaugural National Youth Science Fair was held, and more than 3,500 young Guyanese participated. More than 1,300 young people from regions 2, 3, 4, and 5 participated in robotics training, as a result of which 12 robotics hubs have been established. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to procure tools and equipment for welding and fabrication. We will expand our YEST centers and our PYARG program to all 10 administrative regions. We will continue to provide robotics training and establish more robotics hubs. across the country. To this end, sir, $960.2 million has been budgeted for youth development. Children. Mr. Speaker, a child's well-being is at the heart and soul of the sustainable development of a nation. We recognize that apart from investing in education, early childhood education, and in the education of our young people, we recognize that addressing pressing social issues, such as the scourge of child abuse, requires a whole of society approach. To this end, we will strengthen partnerships with non-state actors in the area of child care and development and the prevention of child abuse, including through an allocation of $103.9 million to partner with child advocacy centers to ensure we reach vulnerable children in all 10 regions. Mr. Speaker, we will also provide support to establishing additional daycare centers, day and night care centers, and training for child care providers and protectors. We have the duty to ensure that a healthy, safe, and stimulating environment is cultivated for our children. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the sum of $100 million is allocated for the establishment of these centers. Senior citizens, we remain steadfast and committed to the health, well-being, and welfare of our senior citizens. In keeping with our manifesto promises, in just 2 years, we've increased old age pensions, reinstated water subsidies, reduced taxes on basic food items and other household items, improved access to government services, including health care, etc. In just 2 years, old age pensions have increased by 40%, benefiting over 69,000 senior citizens. And our pensioners have also benefited from one-off cash grants. 28,450 of our pensioners benefit from subsidized water charges. Mr. Speaker, our senior citizens will continue to benefit from government's improved care services. To this end, 6,300 elderly persons benefited from home-based care in regions 2, 3, 5, 6, and 9. 590 persons were trained in elderly care in 2022, and another 750 are targeted in 2023. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 provides an amount of $100 million to commence the construction of a new care home for senior citizens. Women and gender. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our promise of empowering our citizens, several initiatives were implemented across all sectors to ensure that women and girls, as well as men and boys, are able to participate fully in the development of our country. We expanded the Women Innovation and Investment Network Program, WIN, from 2,170 beneficiaries in 2021 to 6,193 beneficiaries in 2022. Those beneficiaries would have gained employable skills through this program, and 3,000 WIN graduates received a one-off 50,000 cash grant to help them use their skills to start a small business. Mr. Speaker, provision is made in 2023 for the continuation of this program, targeting an additional 6,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, I referred earlier to the importance of provision of child care services. We have provided 444 essential workers with a stipend for 3 months for child care. We've disbursed one-off grants to daycare facilities. And in 2023, as I just mentioned, sir, We will be constructing day and night care centers to benefit women and men in need of those services. Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak to issues of gender without also addressing the boys and men of our society. In 2022, the launch of the Men on Mission program by His Excellency the President invited our nation's menfolk to provide coaching, mentoring, and direction. MOM, as it is abbreviated, is geared towards creating a new movement that fosters greater appreciation amongst men for the way they take individual and collective action and model responsible behavior. Building role models for boys to emulate so that they enter adult life as responsible and respectful citizens will bode well for gender relations and development as a whole. Turning, sir, to persons with disabilities. In 2022, persons 18 years and older living with permanent disabilities started to benefit from public assistance support of $14,000 per month for life. In addition, parents of children living with disabilities received a one-off cash grant of $100,000 per child. Over 205 persons received assistive aids, including wheelchairs, folding canes, and walkers. And over 170 persons living with disabilities were trained in such areas as garment construction, social media marketing, audio-video editing, and computer skills. We have been proactively improving access to services for persons with disabilities. In this regard, in 2022, construction of the Mahaika Disability Complex was completed to provide skills training for employment opportunities and empowerment of persons. And we began constructing a new care center for children living with disabilities at the Mahaika Hospital, along with a state-of-the-art business center in Region 6 to promote entrepreneurial activities. Furthermore, sir, 2 wheelchair buses were acquired to provide transportation for residents of the Mahaika Hospital and Training Complex. We ensure, sir, we intend to ensure that transportation is available at all institutions representing persons living with disabilities in 2023. Victims of domestic violence. We are steadfast on no tolerance for domestic violence or indeed any form of violence. We are focused on numerous interventions to curb gender-based violence in our country. Key interventions to date have included the establishment of the 914 hotline, the iMatter application for immediate reporting of violence, the Survivors Advocate program, which expanded counseling services, and the Cop Squad initiative, which saw over 1,476 police officers trained to deal with domestic violence matters. Mr. Speaker, we will open later this year 2 domestic violence shelters which will provide much needed refuge for women and children seeking violence. We will also continue to partner with Help and Shelter. Yes, Honorable Minister, and I took note of the question. Nevertheless. Furthermore, sir, we will continue to support Help and Shelter, given the services they provide to women and families fleeing domestic violence. The sum of $56 million is allocated for 2023. Notably, sir, we maintained our Tier 1 ranking in the 2022 United States of America State Department Human Trafficking Report. And we've completed a draft of the Combating of Trafficking in Persons Bill, which is currently being reviewed by stakeholders. Furthermore, I mentioned the COP Squad initiative earlier. We are also investing in complementary initiatives such as domestic violence rooms at the police stations and courts and domestic violence shelters. Mr. Speaker, support to legal aid saw in 2022 7,597 persons benefiting from such services. And we will continue to partner with the Legal Aid Clinic to ensure that vulnerable persons are able to access that much needed service. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the implementation of all of these initiatives which fall under the auspices of the Ministry of Human Services and Social Protection, that ministry, sir, spent $30.3 billion in 2022, and in 2023, the sum of $40.4 billion is allocated to advance all of these initiatives. Mr. Speaker, on Amerindian and hinterland development, when we returned to office, we were greeted with an array of issues facing our Amerindian brothers and sisters. We committed to reprioritizing our First Peoples education, health, housing, infrastructure, social well-being, employment, youth development, and development of the village economy. We resuscitated the CSO program. We improved agricultural support by distributing tractors, boats, engines, and ATVs. We reinvigorated the Amerindian land titling program, and we invested heavily in hinterland agriculture. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, an amount of $500 million has been budgeted to advance Amerindian land titling activities. Mr. Speaker, the National Tushaus Conference was reconvened in 2022 following a hiatus occasioned by the onset of COVID-19. We will continue to support the National Tushaus Council, including by financing the construction of the including by providing financial support to complete the construction of the NTC Secretariat building, which started in 2022. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that Budget 2023 provides financing to complete and furnish the NTC headquarters in the amount of $69.7 million. To further develop Amerindian communities, a sum of $2.7 billion is budgeted for the Amerindian Development Fund, which includes training in hospitality and tourism, business development, and other areas, and presidential grants to over 200 communities. Mr. Speaker, several commercial ecotourism, agricultural and infrastructure projects are also catered for. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that in addition to the investments that I referred to earlier in relation to hinterland airstrips, we are also, of course, investing in hinterland roads, which will improve access to Amerindian communities. On internet connectivity, we have deployed VSAT equipment now serving over 60,000 residents in 161 communities with internet service. 93 hinterland communities have benefited from grants to prepare spaces to host ICT hubs. It would be recalled, sir, this was another project financed under the original low carbon development strategy through the Guyana Red Plus Initiative Fund, the GRIF, for which financing was already secured and mobilized, and the project was already designed, and this was one of the projects that was left languishing. And in fact, on our return to office, IT equipment had been purchased, but had been sitting parked in a sealed and padlocked warehouse while the Amerindian communities were left waiting for that equipment. We have resuscitated that program, and we are now rolling out its implementation. Mr. Speaker, work has also commenced. In total, I should say, sir, a sum of $500 million is budgeted to advance ICT initiatives in hinterland communities. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we resumed the CSO program. We have provided training to 372 Amerindian leaders. 254 CSOs have been trained in various areas. An additional $93.3 million is budgeted to support students under the Hinterland Scholarships Program, allowing our hinterland boys and girls from hinterland communities to be able to attend educational institutions. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to reiterate at this point that our indigenous brothers and sisters will be at the forefront of our government's efforts to mobilize and utilize our climate financing with, like I indicated earlier, 15% of the revenue received from the sale of our carbon credits going towards supporting village sustainability plans in our Amerindia villages and communities.
Go on, Ash, go on.
Mr. Speaker, a total of $4.7 billion is allocated for Amerindian development programs and initiatives.
Repeat the amount.
Mr. Speaker, I turn now to improved governance and institutional reforms. We reaffirm the pledges contained in our 2020 manifesto committing our government to constitutional rule of law, separation of powers of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, transparency and accountability, independence of the constitutional bodies, continuous reform and accountability of the criminal justice system, equitable access and distribution of goods and services provided by the state, specific and targeted programs to reduce poverty and support the poor and vulnerable, and reducing disparities between urban, rural, and hinterland communities, all aimed at ensuring that no one is left behind. I will, sir, on this occasion, not enumerate in detail all of our remarkable achievements in this regard. Suffice it to say, sir, that key and critical constitutional bodies that are already a part of the architecture of constitutional governance are already appointed and functioning. Consultative processes with civil society for nominations to various commissions have been reactivated. Indeed, there are nominations pending for several constitutional commissions that will be brought shortly to this National Assembly, and I'm advised immediately after this budget would have been considered that these nominations will feature foremost amongst the priorities for the parliamentary agenda. Issues surrounding the appointment of the long overdue Judicial Service Commission are on public record. I believe this matter was addressed only recently by my distinguished colleague, the Attorney General, and we anticipate that this matter will be brought to a timely and early conclusion, as he announced. Mr. Speaker, our focus continues to be on building our anti-corruption institutional capacity. We will be assessed by the Caribbean we are due for mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force and the UN Convention Against Corruption in 2023. We are also a member of the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commissions and anti-corruption bodies. We will have the honor of hosting their annual conference in 2023, which, sir, will provide an excellent forum for us to showcase our achievements and also to compare experiences with our colleagues across the region. If I turn, sir, now to justice strengthening, the preservation of public trust and the safety of our citizens can only be attained, needless to say, when justice prevails for all Guyanese. Our manifesto, sir, is crystal clear on our commitment on the reform and accountability of the criminal justice system to ensure that justice is delivered in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, to this end, in 2022, Government spent $4.4 billion for the enhancement of the justice sector, and we've allocated in 2023 $6.2 billion. With respect to modernizing access to justice, the Kwakwani Magistrates Court was commissioned in 2022. A most commendable achievement. I don't want to discourage the Attorney General from his applause. I'd be happy to pause, Honorable Attorney General, to allow you to respond in the appropriate manner to this excellent achievement. The Kwakwani Magistrates Court, like I said, was commissioned, and sir, significantly, an additional 8 courts are scheduled for completion in 2023. The Court of Appeal Building, Mabaruma, Port Kaichuma, Vigilance, Kovanjan, Maikoni, Bartika, and Madhya are all slated for completion this year. ICT is being deployed to improve the efficiency of the court system, with smart courts amongst the new projects intended to accelerate the provision of justice. An e-litigation program, the deployment of technology to facilitate e-litigation for the Court of Appeal and the Georgetown High Court, and a case management system for the Magistrates Court are all intended to go live in 2023. Towards these and other initiatives, sir, Budget 2023 provides $1.5 billion. Investments are also being made to strengthen technical capacity, in particular training such as the successfully completed prosecutorial program at the University of Guyana, increasing the number of court prosecutors countrywide with the aim of reducing the need for trial detention is one example of an example of an initiative being implemented in pursuit of this objective. Other initiatives include legislative interventions, the enactment of the Restorative Justice Act, paving the way for use of alternative sentences for specific categories of offenses, the approval of amendments to the Narcotic, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substances Control Act, removing custodial sentences for persons in possession of less than the specified threshold of cannabis. All of these measures would all contribute to reducing the burden on the justice system. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a number of other very important special initiatives are targeted to advance the constitutional and law reform processes. These include the operationalizing of the Constitutional Reform Commission, the work of the Law Reform Commission, the completion of the revised laws of Guyana, the preparation and printing of the law reports and revised laws of Guyana, and the preparation and printing of the law reports of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce, and I'm sure the Attorney General will elaborate in due course, but I'm pleased to, if you'll forgive me preempting him a little bit, I'm pleased to announce that the new laws of Guyana, the laws of Guyana volumes that adorn our desks, the purple volumes as they're popularly known, we anticipate new law volumes being available by June of this year, consolidating and updating the body, the full corpus of our statute. Mr. Speaker, to support these initiatives, an amount of $600 million has been provided. Additionally, in the interest of expanding capacity of the justice sector, work will advance to improve ease of access to legal education, and in particular, having received the green light through the efforts of this government, as represented so ably by the distinguished Attorney General, having had to retrieve and repair damage done by his predecessor in relation to this very matter, having now obtained the green light from the Council of Legal Education, a feasibility study will be prepared in 2023 for the establishment of a regional law school in Guyana within the framework of the CLE. This will cater for local, regional, and indeed extra-regional students seeking to practice the law in the Caribbean, given the growing need for legal education and improved capacity in the legal profession in Guyana and the region. Mr. Speaker, on local, I turn now, sir, to strengthening local government. Here again, we inherited a lethargic system encouraged by the former government and perpetuated by some local democratic organs. We have long recognized that robust local government architecture and systems support more sustainable communities. We improved infrastructure in communities. We preserved our history and culture, including by providing support to the Georgetown municipality, finally to salvage and save the historic City Hall. We allocated funds to start constructing markets. And in 2023, we introduced the National Pathway Workers Program and others. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, works will continue to build modern markets at Charity, Parika, and upgrade existing structures at Charity, Parika, Leonora, and Monrepo. We also successfully launched the National Pathway Workers Project and maintained the Community Enhancement Workers Program, employing over 12,000 persons between these two programs, helping to improve infrastructure, sanitary, environmental conditions in communities. In 2023, we will continue to commit to these programs and the Sustainable Livelihood and Entrepreneurial Development Program with a total, sir, of $13.5 billion budgeted. Importantly, the upcoming local government elections will serve as an important reminder of our commitment to good governance and transparency at the local level, and will provide much needed renewal to the local government system. Financial sector reform and capital market development. Mr. Speaker, an effective financial sector is a vital underpinning for our resilient transformation. Recognizing the importance of this, we have embarked on developing a national financial inclusion strategy, which aims to guarantee easy and equitable access to advantageous, safe, and affordable financial products and services. Focus will also be placed on facilitating financial literacy, as well as consumer empowerment and protection. Mr. Speaker, to emphasize government's commitment on making financial services readily accessible to citizens, we have launched recently an initiative designed to simplify the process of opening a bank account for low-risk customers. This is expected to ease the hassles that these customers typically encounter, promote deeper financial intermediation, and facilitate greater financial inclusion. Similarly, sir, we recognize that affordable and easy access to financing is critical for private sector growth and development. In this regard, and in the interest of promoting easier access to financing, we are committed to ensuring that movable collateral and financial receivables can be pledged as security for financing. In this regard, the necessary legal amendments will be enacted this year. We also consider an efficient, deep, and vibrant capital market to be an essential aspect of a modern financial system. Investors in the productive sector should be able to consider as a viable option the possibility of raising financing on the capital market. In order to advance this objective, we will be convening stakeholders, including the regulator, self-regulatory organizations, and the private sector, to identify practical actions that can be taken to promote capital market development. Similarly, sir, we seek to implement a modern payment system. In keeping with our vision to modernize the payment architecture, the real-time gross settlement system, or RTGS, and Central Securities Depository System, CSD as it is abbreviated, were fully integrated with an automated clearinghouse in 2021, and with the national forming the core of the national payment system in 2022. With the operationalization of the enhanced system in 2022, a total of 579,000 transactions were processed in the system, including significantly, sir, all government pensions and salaries, except for those persons working in far remote communities who do not have access to the banking system. Mr. Speaker, amongst other areas in which we will continue work to strengthen public administration and public financial management are revenue management, strengthening the GRA, various measures which are elaborated in the printed version of my speech, and which I will now refer to the House for matter of place it into the public record, but will not, again, sir, in the interest of time, elaborate in my oral presentation today. Similarly, digital solutions in government, deploying ICT to improve the ease with which citizens are able to access government services. I mentioned the payment of salaries into bank accounts. We've deployed the electronic funds transfer capability, strengthening the efficiency of the internal payment management system, paying, like I said, almost all public servants directly into their bank account. We have the capability to disburse old age pensioners. We have the capability to disburse old age pensions directly into pensioners' bank accounts, obviating pensioners the need to line up and to come to visit the post office or to visit another location to collect their pensions. We have the capability, we have deployed the capability to do that. Establishing the capability for online submission of NIS contributions. The digitalization of house lot applications. The CHNPA now accept house lot applications online. The utilization of online portals and mobile money apps for the payment of utilities, for the payment of NIS, for the payment of taxes. Now every public utility accepts online payment and payment by MMG. Here again, obviating the need for our citizens to join a line or go out and take transportation and join a line to pay these bills. We will continue to roll out additional digital solutions in every aspect of public services to ensure that we get to a point ultimately that simple IT solutions are deployed, so that our citizens do not have to physically get up to go to a government office to pick up an application form or to make a simple inquiry that can be answered on the internet. The National Insurance Scheme, sir, much has already been said of this and has said on other occasions. We have significantly reduced the backlog of claims that are outstanding. We have significantly reduced the number of suspense and invalid numbers in their database and suspense accounts in their database. We have rolled out an agenda of outreaches, all aimed at resolving long outstanding problems. And we're working with the scheme to resolve also some of the internal and operational inefficiencies that by which it is beset. Meanwhile, of course, we recognize, as indicated last year, we recognize the challenges that the scheme faces in relation to its long-term viability, and options to address this problem continue to be considered. Similarly, our public procurement architecture is being overhauled, having here again inherited a public procurement mechanism in disarray. We have increased the frequency of National Procurement and Tender Administration Board meetings and board opens. We have started streaming these openings live. We've prepared and gazetted regulations, bring into operation the bidders register. We have revised, we've reintroduced and revised the bid standard bidding documents. We've designed a comprehensive whole-of-government training program on public procurement, and we're working on a management information system for MPITA. Additionally, of course, His Excellency the President has appointed a new Public Procurement Commission, and that commission has already started its work and in the discharge of its very important constitutionally assigned functions. Similarly, sir, strengthening data systems, in particular that work being led so ably by the Bureau of Standards. I will this evening highlight only one issue in relation to the wide range of work that they're doing, in particular the advancement of Census 2022. And here I thank and compliment all who participated and expressed their public support for the census. Indeed, I know the distinguished leader of the opposition himself participated in a publicized census taking activity, as did His Excellency the President, the Honorable Prime Minister. We would like to, the census is ongoing, the enumeration exercise is ongoing. We would like to urge continued support for this enumeration exercise because we want to make sure that every single house and every single person is counted. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier the deployment of digital solutions. This comprises a small part of a larger suite of initiatives that we're implementing to reduce bureaucracy and red tape. Not only using IT solutions, but also by reviewing some of the processes and systems in government with a view to identifying inefficiencies and eliminating them. That work has already started, and recommendations identified, and we anticipate, sir, this year that we will be implementing some of those recommendations. Foreign relations and the diaspora. Sir, we continue, of course, to be completely committed to advancing our interests and priorities through a range of engagements with the international community, maintaining closer relations with all of our neighbors, preserving and protecting, of course, our sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is widely known, of course, sir, that the matter before the International Court of Justice regarding the arbitral award of 1899 is currently underway. We will continue to advocate that issue vigorously, as we should. We continue to be fully committed to the CARICOM integration project. Early, we signed on to the Enhanced Cooperation Protocol, amending the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, and enabling groups of at least 3 member states to seek enhanced cooperation amongst themselves where deemed necessary and appropriate. It is also known, sir, I believe, that we're seeking a non-permanent membership on the United Nations Security Council for the 2024-2025 term. That work will continue. The diaspora comprises, of course, a vast body of talented human resources who have remained closely committed to their homeland. We created a unit in 2020 to facilitate effective implementation of diaspora projects. We hosted a first virtual diaspora conference, which was a resounding success. We had several outreaches and engagements. And in 2023, we will continue to place emphasis on the promotion of closer relations with the diaspora, initiatives to enhance diaspora diplomacy, facilitate where appropriate, more direct diaspora investments, encouraging more overseas Guyanese to take up new and emerging opportunities. In this regard, sir, we plan diaspora conferences and outreaches in the United States of America, the United Kingdom, Canada, and the Caribbean. I turn now, sir, to public safety and security. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that delivering safety and security to citizens and businesses is a prerequisite for them to grow, prosper, and contribute to the development of the state. To this end, sir, in the public safety and security sector, we spent $51.5 billion in 2022. In 2023, we have allocated sums totaling $58.6 billion towards the fulfillment of this vision of a strengthened security sector. In the Guyana Police Force, a sum of $2 billion is provided in Budget 2023 to expand the Safe City Initiative, Safe Country Initiative to regions 3 and 6 in order to advance this program that bolsters the Guyana Police Force's crime-fighting capabilities through the provision of intelligent video surveillance sites, regional command centers, and a 911 emergency response capability. Additionally, we will apply forensic crime, we will strengthen the forensic crime fighting capabilities with the acquisition of a DNA analysis workflow system, and we will initiate the preparation and acquisition of an electronic identification system to introduce a single electronic identifier by which each citizen will be assigned a unique national registration number to be used by all private and public sector agencies. Mr. Speaker, here again, human resources, strengthened human resources is essential for good policing. In 2022, over 3,000 ranks were trained in several areas, both locally and regionally. In 2023, a total of $140 million is allocated towards improving the investigative and forensic capabilities of a further 3,000 security personnel. Mr. Speaker, in the prison service, in 2022, we spent $2.4 billion to commence sweeping upgrades to our custodial and correctional facilities. We've budgeted a further $2.2 billion in 2023 to advance prisons being constructed and or completed at Mazaruni and Lusignan, and to commence work for the reconstruction of the New Amsterdam prisons. We're also very heavily investing in ensuring training of prisoners to ensure that they are given life skills to facilitate a seamless reintegration into society on completion of their sentence. In this regard, we're investing $50 million to ensure trade shops at these facilities are fully equipped to facilitate training in such areas as carpentry, joining, masonry, block making, etc. In total, sir, a sum of $5.5 billion is earmarked for the Guyana Prison Service. In fire, we have spent in 2022 $2.7 billion to initiate critical work to boost firefighting capability. We spent $557 million to advance works on critical facilities, including initiating the move of the Central Fire Service, the Fire Service headquarters from Stabroek to Durban Park, enabling the service to be located in a less congested area that allows easy ingress and egress. We have advanced construction of fire stations at Leonora, Wales, and Ogle. Budget 2023 makes a provision of over $545 million to advance these and other initiatives. In 2022, we spent $400 million to acquire several pieces of firefighting equipment, including water bowsers, ATV firefighting vehicles, ambulances, hydraulic platforms, etc. In 2023, we will spend another $489 million to further augment the equipment stock of the fire service. Similarly, and right on cue, we recognize the importance of a ready availability of water. We inherited a network of fire hydrants, most of which were in a non-functioning state. We embarked on a massive rehabilitation and replacement program of all non-working fire hydrants across the country. We received 188 fire hydrants in July 2022. 47 new installations and 27 replacements were done. The remainder will be installed during this quarter, and a further 148 fire hydrants will be received in 2023 for installation. We will also be investing, sir, of course, in the training of our fire officers. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues will no doubt elaborate further on the various initiatives that we're implementing in their respective sectors. I wish now, sir, to turn to our macroeconomic targets and projections for 2023. Real GDP. With continued interventions and policies geared at building a resilient economy, real GDP is projected to grow by 25.1% in 2023. At that rate of growth, sir, Guyana will rank amongst the top 5 fastest growing economies. This position can, of course, be largely attributed to the ramping up of oil production, particularly in the Stabroek Block that's in production. But, sir, it is important to emphasize that growth in the non-oil economy is projected in 2023 at 7.9%. At a time when, as I indicated earlier, the rest of the world is facing significant recessionary pressures. This growth is underpinned by expansion in several sectors. I will mention some of them: agriculture, forestry, and fishing. The agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector, sir. The agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector, sir, is expected to expand by 7.2% in 2023. Based on the investments that are being made in sugar, we anticipate a recovery in sugar and an expansion by 29.3%, as Gaisuco anticipates higher performance from the existing estates, combined with forecasted production from the reopened Rose Hall estate. The corporation anticipates production of 61,000 tons this year. Mr. Speaker, growth in the rice sector is projected at 8.3%, with total production of 652,103 metric tons. The other crops subsector is also expected to expand in 2023 at a rate of 5.8%. Livestock, forestry, and fishing are projected to grow at 12.1%, 4%, and 8.4% respectively. In the extractive industry, sir, the mining and quarrying sector is projected to grow by 34.1% in 2023, with expansions projected for all 4 subsectors: oil and gas, gold, bauxite, and other mining and quarrying. The Stabroek Block is forecasted to produce crude oil at an average rate of about 374,000 barrels per day. Consequently, the subsector is estimated to grow by 35.6% in 2023. In addition, a turnaround is anticipated for the gold mining subsector, which is projected to grow by 12.7%. The bauxite subsector's recovery in 2022 is expected to be maintained, and that momentum is anticipating growth. Is anticipated to result in growth in the bauxite sector by 9.8%. Other mining and quarrying, comprising sandstone and diamonds, is also forecasted to expand this year by 7.3%. This, of course, as was the case with the growth in the subsector in 2022, is supported by and closely correlated with the strong growth observed in construction. Manufacturing is anticipated to recover, on the strength of sugar manufacturing and rice manufacturing, as well as other manufacturing. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is expected to continue to grow in 2023 by 17%. Services, driven by continued activity in the construction, financial, and agricultural sectors, the services sector is estimated to grow by 5.6%. This is further augmented with strong growth, underlying this is strong growth in tourism, wholesale and retail trade, tourism and storage, administrative and support services, and real estate activities. Mr. Speaker, monetary policy in 2023 will remain focused on keeping prices and exchange rates stable while ensuring that the economy is conducive for a sustainable expansion in lending to the private sector and growth in economic output. Our inflation rate is expected to slow to 3.8%, underlined, of course, by global developments with some evidence that some markets are witnessing a slowing of inflation, largely as a result of the monetary policy response to inflation. And additionally, sir, we will continue to maintain a suitable policy stance supportive of containment of inflation. Balance of payments, sir, the overall balance of payments is expected to record a surplus of $150 million this year, supported by the current account maintaining its surplus amidst continued growth in export earnings and a lower deficit on the capital account. Targets for non-financial public. I should mention within the balance of payments, sir, that export earnings are estimated to increase by 13.8% to $12.977 billion US. I turn now, sir, to the fiscal operations of government, targets for the non-financial public sector, central government operations. Mr. Speaker, central government current revenue, net of GRIF inflows, carbon credit inflows, and NRF withdrawals, net of all of those, current revenue is projected to increase by 11% in 2023 to reach $335.3 billion, consistent with the continued dynamism and growth in the economy. Within this, tax collections will account for $320.1 billion, or 95%. Internal revenue collections are projected to increase to $197.9 billion. Customs and trade taxes are anticipated to reach $33.6 billion, and VAT collections are anticipated to meet $65.3 billion, while excise tax collections, sir, significantly are anticipated to fall to $23.4 billion. Non-tax revenues are estimated to grow to $15.2 billion, mainly on account of higher forecasted collections of royalties and special transfers from the Bank of Guyana profits and dividends. Mr. Speaker, alongside a transfer of $208.9 billion from the NRF to the Consolidated Fund this year, calculated in accordance with the provisions of the NRF Act 2021, Budget 2023 will benefit for the first time from the proceeds of the sale of our carbon credits, pursuant to the provisions of our low carbon development strategy and consistent with the resolved clauses of the resolution that emerged from this House endorsing the low carbon development strategy. In 2023, sir, it is estimated that some $31.3 billion of carbon credit sale proceeds will be transferred to the Consolidated Fund. Total expenditure of the central government is expected to grow by 27.5% in 2023 to reach $756 billion. This largely represents the continued ramp-up of the PSIP to support government's transformation agenda and includes key projects, a number of which have already been identified. The PSIP is projected to grow, and it's important to emphasize that the PSIP, or the Public Sector Investment Program, represents government's investment in public capital assets, typically infrastructure, public facilities, etc., roads, bridges, hospitals, the public capital stock, if you like. The PSIP is projected to expand, meaning that our government will increase our investment in public capital assets by 50.3% to reach $387.8 billion in 2023. Meanwhile, non-interest current expenditure is projected to grow at a much more modest rate of 8.6% to total $354.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, against this background, the overall deficit after grants of the central government is projected at 11.5% of GDP, or $167.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that Budget 2023 is 41.4% larger than Budget 2022, amounting to $781.9 billion, the largest budget ever in the history of Guyana, and once again is fully financed with the imposition of absolutely no new taxes.
No new taxes.
I turn now, sir, to the summary operations of the public enterprises. Total receipts of the public enterprises are projected to grow by $3 billion in 2023 to $180.2 billion. Total expenditure for the enterprises is anticipated to grow by 5.8% to $184 billion. Capital expenditure is projected to reach, this is capital expenditure of the public enterprises, is projected to reach $7.9 billion. As a result, sir, the operations of the non-financial public sector, comprising the central government and the public enterprises, will or are projected to record a deficit equivalent to 11.8% of GDP. The Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that there will be 131 lifts of profit oil from the Stabroek block in 2023. Within this, government is projected to have 17 lifts of profit oil from the producing FPSOs, earning an estimated $1,406.6 million in profit oil, and a projected $225.2 million in royalties. As highlighted previously, based on 2022 deposits, an estimated $208.9 billion, equivalent to an estimated $1,002.1 million can be withdrawn from the NRF in accordance with the provisions of the NRF Act and transferred to the Consolidated Fund to support national development priorities this year. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to measures. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the multitude of initiatives, projects, and programs already announced, Budget 2023 also reflects a number of measures that are geared towards providing further stimulus to economic activity and the productive sectors, as well as to bring relief to households, individuals, and in particular, the vulnerable in our society. These interventions are targeted towards continuing to increase the disposable income of our citizens, while facilitating and promoting job creation and income generation, coupled with an institutional framework that will reduce the cost of doing business, all with the aim of improving the lives of all Guyanese under the umbrella of His Excellency's philosophy of One Guyana.
One Guyana.
Mr. Speaker, on the subject of increasing disposable income, salary adjustments. Mr. Speaker, government continues to work to resolve anomalies and disparities across comparable positions in the public service. As previously announced, the first phase of salary adjustments will take place this month. And in fact, many of the beneficiaries would have started receiving their adjusted salaries, or should have started receiving their adjusted salaries starting, if I'm not mistaken, this week. In the first phase of salary adjustments announced recently by His Excellency the President, over 5,000 healthcare workers and almost 9,000 members of the disciplined services will benefit from adjustments that result in an additional $3 billion of disposable income being placed in the hands of these workers, provision for which is made in Budget 2023. Income tax threshold. Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled in Budget 2022 that the income tax threshold was increased from $65,000 to $75,000 monthly. I am pleased to announce on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government that Budget 2023 proposes a further increase in the income tax threshold from $75,000 monthly to $85,000 monthly, with effect from year of income 2023. Importantly, sir, as a result of this adjustment, over 12,000 persons will be removed from the tax net, and every single income taxpayer will benefit. In fact, sir, for illustrative purposes, this translates for a taxpayer who is currently earning, only for illustrative purposes, a taxpayer earning $100,000 per month. This adjustment alone translates to additional disposable income of $33,600 annually for that taxpayer. It will result, sir, in total, to an additional $3.3 billion of additional disposable income being placed in the hands of the beneficiaries. Because we care cash grant. Mr. Speaker, our People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto 2020 committed to reverse that abominable act inflicted upon the people of Guyana by the APNU AFC when they removed the Because We Care cash grant. We committed to restore that cash grant, and indeed we committed to increasing it. It would be recalled that we restored it in 2021 at $15,000, and we increased it in 2022 to $25,000 per child. We also extended it in 2021 to students attending private school. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to announce that Budget 2023 caters for a further increase to the Because We Care. My apologies, sir. I now wish to announce that Budget 2023 caters for a further increase to the Because We Care cash grant from $25,000 to $35,000. This will benefit over 214,000 school children in public and private schools and will place an additional $2.1 billion in the hands of their parents. Mr. Speaker, it is worthwhile to point out that the newly increased grant of $35,000, together with the uniform grant of $5,000 per child, will see parents receiving $40,000 per child in total. Mr. Speaker, I hear the APNU AFC. Sir, I hear the APNU AFC attempting in their customary manner to heckle this government on a cash grant that we restored when they committed the vulgarity of taking it away from the people of Guyana.
We're restoring it now, 40 grand.
Why don't you say what you gave the people of Guyana? Why don't you say what you gave the people of Guyana?
Zero, still.
You gave them zero.
Still.
We have restored it and increased it.
And we're going to take it to 50.
Mr. Speaker, they gave them, Mr. Speaker, you know what they replaced it with? They replaced it with something about buses and boats. They replaced it with buses and boats. David G. All of the buses and boats were labeled David G. And the book bags were labeled David G with a picture of David G, of one David G. You ever see any boat or bus marked Bharat J or Irfan A? That alone says all that needs to be said. That alone says all that needs to be said. Mr. Speaker, having restored the cash grant that was callously and cruelly removed by the APNU AFC, this People's Progressive Party government has restored it and has increased it.
With 40 grand this year.
And in 2020, the parents of school-going children at public and private schools will receive across the Because We Care and Uniform Cash Grant a total of $40,000 per child.
2020.
And in total, that will deliver to the parents of school-going children a total of $8.6 billion. Easing the cost of living, containing the cost of fuel. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2022, one of the key measures to mitigate price increases was the reduction of excise tax on petroleum products from 20 to 10%. In March of that year, last year that is, we reduced this tax further from 10 to 0. A measure that has resulted in tax revenue losses of over $17 billion. We remain committed to absorbing the impact of volatile fuel prices. We will continue to monitor developments in global oil prices going forward, and the zero excise taxes on fuel will be maintained as long as fuel prices remain elevated. Reduction in freight charges. Mr. Speaker, in August of 2021, we adjusted freight charges to pre-pandemic levels to combat the escalation in shipping costs which were passed on to consumers by importers. This relief measure was initially implemented for a 6-month period. In Budget 2022, it was further extended to December 2022. I now wish, sir, to announce an extension of this measure for a further 12-month period from January 2023 to December 2023. And we estimate that this measure, the extension of this measure for an additional year, will cost the public treasury an estimated $6 billion, or put differently, will represent $6 billion worth of cushion being provided to the consumers of imported goods and items that would have been subject to increased taxation as a result of increased CIF costs. expansion of part-time job program. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, government launched the part-time job program among the suite of measures implemented to cushion the rising cost of living. The job program has allowed for one person per household to work in public offices in proximity to their homes for 10 days per month and earn $40,000. Over 11,000 persons were employed through the program in regions 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10, injecting $2.5 billion into these households since the program started in the second half of the year. In 2023, this program will continue and will be expanded with $10 billion allocated. The beneficiaries of this program are encouraged to upskill themselves so that they can eventually take up full-time employment as the labor market is confronted with evolving demand for skills in some areas. And for emphasis, sir, this program, for emphasis, I will repeat, sir, this program will see an injection of a total of $10 billion of disposable income to participants. Mr. Speaker, other cost of living measures. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the continued impact of the cost of living challenges due to global developments, which of course we will, as I said earlier, continue to monitor, our government continues to remain closely engaged with stakeholders across the country on the development and implementation and identification of interventions to alleviate the impact of increases in prices. In this regard, sir, a total of $5 billion is allocated for additional cost of living measures to be determined from ongoing community engagements. Supporting the vulnerable. Increase in old age pension. Mr. Speaker, since returning to office, our government has increased monthly old age pensions from $20,500 in 2020 to $28,000 last year. As we continue to improve the country's social safety net, I'm pleased to announce that with effect from January 1, 2023, old age pensions will now be increased to $33,000 per month. Sir, as a result of this increase, the cumulative increase granted since we returned to office in 2020 now exceeds 60%.
Wow.
This measure will benefit approximately 73,000 pensioners, each of whom will now receive an additional $60,000 per annum, thereby placing an additional $4.4 billion of disposable income in their hands. Mr. Speaker, with this latest increase, our total old age pension payout to our senior citizens now amounts in the aggregate to $28.9 billion. Public assistance. Mr. Speaker, budget 2022 included an increase of $14,000 monthly to public assistance beneficiaries, up from $9,000 in 2020. In addition, in 2022, we announced that all persons with disabilities will be registered automatically to receive monthly public assistance. I now wish to announce a further increase in public assistance with effect from 1st of January 2023, from $14,000 monthly to $16,000 monthly, an over 75% increase since the People's Progressive Party Civic resumed office. This will benefit 29,000 persons and will provide in excess of $700 million in additional disposable income to these individuals. Other measures: increase in low-income mortgage ceiling. Mr. Speaker, since resuming office in 2020, we have implemented a whole suite of measures, and many of them I have already addressed, in support of housing development, including access to financing and the affordability of access to financing. All of this, of course, is consistent with our commitment to providing 50,000 house lots by the end of this term. Given the importance of home ownership and of affordable access to financing for home ownership, I now wish to announce an increase in the low-income mortgage ceiling, a ceiling that is implemented through our partnership with the commercial banks. I now wish to announce an increase in the low-income mortgage ceiling to $20 million, up from $15 million, helping further to reduce the cost of borrowing within this range and making home ownership even more affordable. Removal of VAT from residential properties.
Yes, that's a good one.
Mr. Speaker, in support of government's aggressive housing drive and to further reduce the cost of home ownership, we propose the removal of the 14% VAT with respect to the sale of residential properties. This will, of course, further reduce the cost of home ownership, bearing in mind, sir, that we have already reduced and eliminated VAT on construction materials. Mr. Speaker, in advancement of our low carbon agenda, and to incentivize the transition to lower emission vehicles, I wish, on the subject of all electric motor vehicles, that is to say, motor vehicles that are driven entirely by electricity, all electric motor vehicles, I wish, sir, to announce the following. In relation to all electric motor vehicles, and I emphasize all electric to distinguish from hybrid vehicles which are partially electric, of any power rating, and new for the purposes of this paragraph refers to vehicles less than 4 years old, a convention that is enshrined in the law regarding taxation of motor vehicles. In relation to these new all-electric vehicles, we are proposing to remove the currently applicable 14% VAT. And in support of businesses making an investment decision to switch their fleet to more environmentally friendly vehicles, in relation to all electric motor vehicles, we are proposing to increase the writing down or depreciation allowance on those vehicles to 50% annually. This we expect, sir, like I said earlier, we expect to incentivize a migration to lower emission vehicles. More broadly, sir, beyond all electric vehicles, and looking at motor vehicles more generally, we recognize that in today's modern age, the ownership of a motor vehicle is no longer considered a luxury, with vehicle ownership improving the ease of access to and from the places of home and of work and of learning, etc. And in this regard, I have the honor to announce on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government the following measure to reduce the cost of motor vehicle ownership. In relation to the importation of new motor vehicles, that is to say, motor vehicles new, less than 4 years old, below engine capacity of 1500 cc, we are proposing to reduce the duty on those vehicles from 45% to 35%. This translates, sir, to a reduction in the cost of importing such a vehicle by approximately $200,000. In relation to used vehicles below 1500 cc, that is to say, vehicles 4 years old and older, Below 1500 cc, we are proposing to replace the current tax rate, which is a tax rate determined by a formula written into the law. We're proposing to replace it with a flat rate of tax of $800,000. This will reduce the cost of importing such a vehicle on average by $300,000. Mr. Speaker, an aggregation of all of these measures I have just outlined will place over $50 billion in the hands of citizens, will ease cost of living pressures, and will incentivize expansion of economic activity and job creation. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, sir, I would say the following. In keeping with its theme, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow, Budget 2023 strikes a balance between addressing, like I said at the start, the pressing needs of today and the critical investments needed for tomorrow, ensuring that neither is neglected and indeed that both are attended to. As I just announced, it delivers $3 billion worth of special salary adjustments to our healthcare workers and uniformed servicemen and women. It delivers $3.3 billion in tax relief to those paying income taxes. It removes 12,000 of them immediately from the tax net. It provides $2.1 billion in additional cash grants to parents of school-age children. It provides $4.4 billion in additional old age pension payments to our senior citizens, just to name a few of its immediate impacts. At the same time, sir, it allocates $136.1 billion for the upgrade of thousands of roads and bridges countrywide. At the local level, community roads, and at the macro level, the bridge across the Demerara River. It allocates $43.3 billion to advance construction of the gas-to-energy project, which will reduce the cost of electricity by a half. It allocates $84.9 billion for enhanced healthcare delivery, and $94.4 billion for the education sector to ensure our young people are prepared for the future that beckons them. I reiterate this really to make the point that this is a budget for all Guyanese, and it is a budget for now, and it is a budget for the future. Budget 2023 delivers on its promise, and it delivers on our People's Progressive Party civic government's promise, and our unwavering commitment to improve the lives of every single Guyanese family and every single Guyanese national, and to improve the opportunities they enjoy, not only to improve their lives today, but to improve the opportunities they enjoy for the future. Mr. Speaker, I hasten to add that it is also a responsible budget cast within the context of a macroeconomic framework that recognizes not only the opportunities that lie before us, but the risks also that we face, including from the global economy, as well as from the realities that confront a new and emerging resource-based economy. On these bases, Mr. Speaker, given the vastness of measures that the budget covers, the comprehensive nature of its investments, both to achieve short and medium and longer term objectives, we on this side of the House expect that it will enjoy smooth passage. We expect, sir, that it will enjoy smooth passage and unanimous support. And unanimous support when the vote is put to this House. Nothing less, sir, would be expected of responsible legislators. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, I have, of course, the honor of presenting this budget on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civil government, led, of course, by visionary leadership provided by our President, His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. Sir, I wish in that regard to acknowledge the outstanding leadership, policy leadership that has been provided by His Excellency the President and the Vice President, the Honorable Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, Honorable Prime Minister, Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, the rest of my cabinet colleagues and their respective staff. But I wish, sir, also to acknowledge the many comments and suggestions that have been made by stakeholders from civil society and also by members of the public with whom we as a cabinet remain very closely engaged, including from ongoing outreaches and community engagements throughout the length and breadth of the country. Of course, sir, I reserve, as I usually do, the last word to salute the unstintingly hard work that has been done and continues to be done by my very own team at the Ministry of Finance, who were at it throughout last night and until mid and indeed late morning this morning, and ensuring completion of the product that I now have the honor to present as Budget 2023, and which, sir, and I thank them, sir, for their efforts. Many of them are here. I thank them for their efforts. Those efforts, of course, don't end today. We move swiftly into the process of first navigating this budget through the National Assembly and then executing it in order to realize its ambitious but very eminently achievable objectives. But I wish at this moment to thank my own team, my Ministry of Finance family, for the hard work that they did in getting us to this point. And of course, I know that I don't need to enlist their support, but simply to say that I look forward to their continued support as we move straight into implementation and execution of Budget 2023. Yes. Mr. Speaker, it is now my honor on behalf of this government and my colleagues on this side of the House to commend Budget 2023 to the National Assembly of Guyana. And I urge, as I said earlier, its smooth, swift, and unanimous passage. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Honorable members, the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector and the budget for financial year 2023 is proposed. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to add my congratulations to my colleague, Minister Ashley Singh. He always amazes me every year with his ability to speak for 5 hours or 5.5 hours. But sir, I'd like to now move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 o'clock on January 23rd, Monday coming, right here at the Convention Center. So as per norm, people will be given 1 week to prepare for the budget debate. And I would ask, as I'm on my feet, I don't know where the Chief Whip is on the opposition, but we will need to meet as per norm to work out the schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to 10 o'clock on the 23rd of January.